6002 Rusk Avenue. And that is it for the postponements. We're going to call the cases today generally as they appear on the docket. When we call your case, the appellant will stand to my left. Any opposition will stand to my right. We will give the appellant the opportunity to state their case. We will then give any opposition the opportunity to state why they are in opposition. And then finally, the appellant will have the ability to close the case and address any points made by the opposition. That will end the proceedings, so we're not going to be going back and forth and back and forth. We will vote on the appeals heard today at the end of the docket, and anyone who wishes to stay certainly may and hear our decision. Otherwise, if you'd like to call our office tomorrow, and that number is 410-396-4301, we will give you our results tomorrow. A written decision will be coming out within several weeks after our decision here. Next, I'd like to address cases for which opposition is signed in. We have found that when there is opposition, sometimes if the parties talk, the parties can resolve the points of opposition. This board will make a decision based upon the law, but we think it's very helpful for the parties to talk to resolve anything. So what I'm going to do is to call the cases for which there's opposition signed in. You don't have to come up, just stand up, and I'll give you the opportunity to try to resolve things. So the first case for which there's opposition is 2018-437, 1701 McCullough and 501 West Madison Street. You're in opposition? Okay, who's the appellant? You're the appellant. Yes. Have you all had the chance to talk? Do you think any discussions, additional discussions would be fruitful?
I'd be happy to go and speak.
It's up to you guys. I can't make you. No? Okay, we'll call your case. Next case for opposition is 2018-445, 2229 North Charles Street. Okay, we'll call your case. Next case, 20-18, 455, 606 Hyson Street. Are you the appellant? No. You're the appellant. Have you guys had a chance to talk?
Nope, never met.
Would you like to?
Yeah, sure.
Please. And finally, 2019-20, 5300 Park Heights Avenue. Who's the appellant? You're the appellant. You're in opposition. Have you guys had a chance to talk?
I'm in opposition.
You're in opposition. You're the appellant? Okay. Have you talked? You guys talked?
I've talked to him before.
No, you don't think there's any need to talk anymore? Okay. We'll call your case. All right, so next we're going to call cases for which the board has sufficient information to approve the appeal. As I call your case, start lining up to my left. We only have a few of these today, so it won't be that many. The first case is 1301 North Fulton Avenue, Ha-Young Lee. Second case is 2019-15, 6301 Green Meadow Parkway. And the last case is 2019-22, 807 North Howard Street. Okay, let me get all of you sworn in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. First case, 2019-1301 North Fulton Avenue. Would you state your name for the record, please? Would you state your name for the record?
Turn those mics out.
Yeah, we need, yeah, please.
My name is Hyung Lee.
Great, thank you. And we have this to use first floor as grocery and delicatessen, is that correct?
Correct.
Great. Do we have any staff reports?
Yes, thank you. Martin French for the Baltimore City Planning Department. Planning Department has reviewed this application and is recommending approval, subject to the condition that the applicant improve the exterior of the property, including installing a proper storefront with one or more windows and related facade improvements to make this site a more attractive contributor to its community. Specifically, the department is also recommending the applicant contact the Baltimore Development Corporation about a possible facade improvement grant, and to contact the Historical and Architectural Preservation Division of the Department of Planning concerning possible tax credits for restoration and renovation of the existing structure on the property. Thank you.
Anything else?
And Mr. Lee, this appeal was filed on January 2nd of 2019 with a public posting requirement. That big sign should have gone up on the property by January 22nd. Was that sign publicly posted by January 22nd? So was there a big sign on the property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were given this posting notice, and you were instructed to return it to the board. We don't have it in the file. Do you have this posting notice signed? Okay. Do you have that here today?
Oh, none.
What's your name and last name? Your name.
My name is Suli
Sue, how do you spell the first name?
Suha, Suahle.
If you can just pass that up.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Are those conditions acceptable to you as set forth by the planning department?
Yes, sir.
Great. The zoning board having reviewed your appeal, we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, 2019-15, 6301 Green Meadow Parkway. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Aliza Hertzmark.
And Ms. Hertzmark, we have this to construct two-story front addition onto synagogue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great. Do we have any staff reports?
Yes. Here's one letter of support from the Cheswold Community Association, or Neighborhood Association, in the file.
Planning Department staff have also met with the applicant a couple of times concerning this. The department recommends approval of the application, subject to the condition that all improvements and related landscaping are completed in accordance with plans that have been approved by the Department of Planning. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Hertzmark, are those conditions acceptable to you?
Yes.
Great. The zoning board having reviewed your appeal, we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
And finally, 2019-22, 807 North Howard Street.
Yes.
Could you state your name, please?
James Weber.
Mr. Weber, we have this to use first floor for body piercing service with accessory jewelry sales. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Any staff reports?
Mr. Weber, similar to the prior appeal, we filed this
Yes.
appeal. Great, you have that copy?
I do.
You can just turn it up here, please. Thank you very much.
Anything for planning?
Were there recommended conditions?
Bear with us for a second.
No problem. Thank you.
Mr. Weber, were you aware of any conditions that were requested by the local neighborhood association and/or business association?
I just got informed a couple minutes ago that someone had some requests put in. This is the first I've heard of any requests.
Yeah. Okay, there was an email that was submitted from the Antique Row Association, and there they said that for that pending approval, we request the following conditions to be attached to the appeal. One, that the operators only allow appointments for the body art establishment operation, that there would be no walk-in traffic permitted for body art. It's understood that no off-street parking is being provided. Number two, that hours of operation be limited daily between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. only. That any proposed exterior modifications, including lighting and signage, must be presented to CHAP and the MVBA in advance of issuance of permit, as typically required. Number 4, that all applicable building permits be obtained in advance of any work being performed. And number 5, that the operators and clientele of this use comply with all laws and regulations of Baltimore City with respect to use, loitering, noise levels, and established on-street parking requirements and signage. Respectively submitted, Robert Quilter, Antique Row Association.
Okay.
Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that this property is located within the Mount Vernon Historic District, which is a local historic district. The department recommends that approval of the application be subject to the condition that all exterior changes, including additions, demolitions, alterations, and signs, are completed in accordance with an authorization to proceed issued by the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Weber, let me just break this up. You've heard the conditions from the Planning Department. Are those conditions acceptable to you?
Planning Department, yes.
And then we've also heard proposed conditions from a neighborhood association. Are those conditions acceptable?
The first 2, no. The 3 through 5, absolutely.
And what were the first 2 again?
So the first condition offered by the neighborhood association was they only allow body art by appointment only, that there would be no walk-in traffic.
Okay, let's do them. What's your opposition to?
Our entire business model is walk-in appointment-free traffic. I have a studio in Philadelphia now. We've operated about 25 years,
Okay.
and that's really sort of one of the basis of how we're set up.
Second condition is that hours of operation be limited to 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
That's not totally unrealistic, but we're usually open till 9 or 10. We have not decided, based on the traffic on the street, what time will be open. 8 a.m. isn't very reasonable either. Being a retail store, we really don't get traffic. So the 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for our business as far as a restriction.
Okay. Well, let's do this. Since we had these 2 conditions it appears that you were surprised with.
Yes, very much so.
And the board typically does our consent cases where there are no conditions that are not acceptable. We're going to take this off the consent docket, and I'll ask you at this point, is there anything you would like to add to our consideration of this matter?
That I would like to add.
Yes.
I just wanted to mention that I am very dedicated to this building. The sale of the building is conditional on this permit, so I do intend to buy the building, and I do intend to live upstairs. I'm part of the South Street Head House District back in Philadelphia. I'm on the board there, and I'm part of the historic district there, so I'm sort of familiar with the process and at least very committed to the community that we're moving into.
Okay. So what the board is going to do is take this off the consent docket. We'll make it one of our, in our normal docket. We now have heard your case, unless, I ask the board members if there's any questions.
Just one question. As best you intend, what your proposed hours are going to be?
I really have not figured that out yet. It really depends on the life on the street. In Philadelphia, we're open from noon until 9 or noon until 10. There will definitely be no late night traffic. I'm assuming that's what the Antique Association is concerned about.
Okay, is there any hour in the evening by which you're pretty sure you will conclude your business?
I would say almost definitely by 11 or 12 p.m., most likely 9 or 10. But I haven't really figured that out yet. Again, I was a little surprised at the request.
Well, let me ask you this. Would you like the opportunity to postpone this today and talk to the association? We can do that, and you can come back in 2 weeks, or we can make a decision today.
And Mr. Chairman, just to interrupt very quickly, we do have about 20 letters of support from various other businesses and residents along this corridor, including from Doobie's Art and Antiques, as well as a number of residents on Cathedral, North Howard, kind of going down those several blocks. So there is an abundant number of letters in support of the application.
Okay.
And if I may, I reached out to the Mount Vernon Belvedere Association on, I believe, 6 different occasions, trying to meet with them, at least meet with the zoning commission. I have not been able to do so. That, I was assuming, was sort of the group that I would need to meet with to get support for this organization. So I'm really sort of blindsided by the letter from the Antique Row
Well, that's why I wanted to give the
Association.
opportunity. If you wanted to talk to them, that's fine, and if not, that's fine too.
I'd like to continue, I believe. It's
You want us to make our decision today?
Yes, please.
Okay, that's fine. That's
Okay.
fine, and we will. All right,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Is there anyone here from the association?
Anyone here from the association? I don't think there is.
Mr. Quilter informed me he'd get here about 1:45, so there may be somebody here.
Could I ask what the date and time of that email was?
It was received January 25th.
Okay.
And just for the record, no one reached out to me from that organization.
Looks like it was sent to our agency as well as the city planning department. There's no one else mentioned on the to or CC lines, including the applicant.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you. All right, let's call the first case on our regular docket, which is 2018-437, 701 McCullough Street and 501 West Madison Street.
Let everybody get organized for a moment. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name's Jason Vittori with Smith, Gilday and Schmidt. Lisa Hertzmark is here as well. She is noted as the appellant on this, and representatives from Medmark are here as well.
Okay, let's get the opposition up here and get everybody sworn in that's going to provide testimony.
All right, will everybody raise their right hands if you're going to testify? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right. And for the opposition, I see we have a number of people. Is there someone who is representing the group or is leading the group? Okay, we'll just wanted to know. All right. Tell us about what you want to do here.
Sure. Medmark operates a healthcare clinic presently, a number of them in the Baltimore City, but they operate one presently 2 blocks away. They're proposing, because they've gone through growing pains after having been there for 30 years, for more or less without being noticed by anybody in the community association, albeit it's right on the edge of 2 communities, one being Seton Hill and also for Mount Vernon. The move is from a zone where it's permitted by use under the new Transform Baltimore to a zone now that is zone C1, which allows the board to approve a healthcare clinic by conditional use approval. Part of the relief requested has to do with the structure itself, which has been vacant for approximately 10 years, is in a dilapidated condition, and under the C1 bulk regulations is required to be a minimum of 20 feet. We are raising where the existing frontage is on the front property line, setback on the front property line, to that level that it complies with the regulations. And it's only a portion of the building and only on the front. In the back, everywhere else, I don't know how many 1,000 square feet or 100 square feet. It really is the addition that's to the building there. But the building is in such terrible condition, it's pretty much being gutted and rebuilt where it is. One of the other items there is a setback that has to do with the architectural, design, where it juts away from the property line. And while the requirement for bulk regulations doesn't require you to have a setback, if you have one, it's got to be a certain.
It's a build to line or maximum, and because of the way that the existing building is in the second story addition is following. This is Lisa Hertzmark. Just to clarify, the second story addition is following the outline of the existing building, which steps back from the property line. So we are not meeting the full build to line requirement there, and that's why we're requesting a front yard variance in addition to the conditional use.
So with that, kind of going through some of the preliminary stuff as far as the law, I'd be happy to give you all the relevant sections so everybody has a copy in front of them should any issues come up. But the file is going to be marked into evidence, correct? As far as all the letters in there, so I'll skip anything along those lines. I think you all have a copy of the plan. In the bottom right corner Is it dated 1/15/2019, or if anybody knows before I mark another exhibit?
Let me see what your exhibit is.
Sure.
Yeah, I've got 1212
Yeah,
H.
so
So do I.
it's the same plan. This one was updated, just with the tree pits per the planning department's recommendation for putting in tree trees. So that's the only difference of these
Okay.
plans. We could enter this in, is that there's 2 additional street trees shown on Paca Street, as part of the plan. Yep, those 2. And the utilities are turned on, so you can see what, so it's nothing about the actual use or the variance, it's just 2 additional street trees from that December dated plan.
Okay.
One sheet, or is it?
It's just 1 sheet.
Okay, and that's going to be Appellant's Exhibit 1? That's okay. All right. I'd also preliminarily like to mark as kind of Appellant's Exhibit 2 and 2A and 2B. It's one zoomed out. I apologize for only having one copy, but it shows the zoning of the property highlighted and the zoning of the other properties in the vicinity.
And where's the, we'll show you all of these as, so you, have you seen these or you haven't?
Many of them.
Okay, okay.
This one you may not have seen. This is just a marking of the existing location, proposed location.
Sir, what is your name, the gentleman?
Nicholas Blendy, President of Seton Hill Association. Thank you.
Appellant's 3, and this is showing where the existing location is relative to the proposed location, as well as the bus stops in the vicinity, as well as the light rail stops and the metro stop relative to the location subject site. We don't need this. There's this. And then I'll mark as petition appellants exhibits 4A and 4B, and these are some pictures that Ms. Hertzmark
The date on
took.
them in January.
All right.
Has the opposition seen these?
They're photos of the site that were taken in January, so.
So preliminary, I'll just give you the section, the table section of the zoning code that deals with commercial districts. Copy for everybody if you want. You. That's yours, sorry. Here's 2 more copies.
Thank you.
As you can see, I think on page, if I gave one that's highlighted, I apologize. The commercial use is permitted, and it's on the 3rd page. Under the C1 column, permits healthcare clinic by CB, it says. As you can see in the relevant section of 1-212 of the zoning code that I'm now handing you. The tables don't have, they, under subsection B, CB stands for conditional use within the zoning district requiring approval of the BMZA. Nicholas? Thank you. Okay. You'll also note that the tables under 212 and 212A don't have force of law, but when you go to the actual section on the use, it says refer yourself to the table. And that's the use regulation in the commercial district 10301. That says, contradicts 12112, saying, just go and look at the table. To paraphrase. Thank you. Next. There's a definition for healthcare clinic.
Yeah, why don't you just give me 3, and that way we'll save you back and forth a little bit.
I was gonna say, as the person with the last name towards the end of the alphabet, I was gonna come around to you guys first, so you can fill out that. You can all read yourselves, so I won't give you time of reading it to you and wasting your time. way of example, I also have for a subsequent matter for this client, another instance where the zoning administrator had, take 3 from the bottom, so I haven't highlighted it.
Well, you killed a lot of trees on this one.
Yeah, sure did. Just making sure we got a complete record, should be computerized. And essentially, I'll paraphrase what is said in this letter, that a property that this kind of use is exactly defined by the county zoning administrator, or the city zoning administrator, as in fact a healthcare clinic. And that's been decided in a number of cases where the use is permitted by right, along with some other rights. Should anything come up as far as the bulk requirements, got 2 exhibits here. That whole section 12112 that talks about the tables is again applicable.
Mr. Vittori, just for the record, I'm marking these exhibits. I'm not marking the sections of the code or the tables as exhibits.
I think there are sections that we can reference
Yep,
them.
but I've marked the photographs as well as the zoning verification letter and some of the plans and other materials that you have submitted. So I'm up to exhibit number 5 with the zoning verification letter.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This is section 10, subtitle 4 of our title 10. Specifically 10.4.1, it talks about referencing the chart for C1 bulk regulations. So the section gives the authority to the tables. That's good. And this section, I think as was pointed out as I looked through the file and I saw the Seton Hill Association had included in the county, in the city's file, a reference and a footnote to the fact that about parking. I'm sorry, I did 3 copies. Table 16406 addresses parking requirements. It includes a reference to healthcare clinics as 3 spaces per 1,000 square feet. However, as Mr. Blendy, on behalf of the Community Association, pointed out, in the C1 district, non-residential uses are exempted from parking requirements per section 16601B. So we've got the law highlighted. Which finally brings us to the last piece of the law I'm citing, which is Title 5, and that's regarding requests for zoning relief, in this case, conditional use approval and variances, should you need to reference the section for your convenience. I'd also preliminarily add just Appellant's Exhibit 6. I'll make it 6A and 6B. I don't think this was included with Mr. Blendy's letter. 6A is the sign-in sheet from the special SHA, which is Seton Hill Association's special general meeting that was held on February 5th. I'm sorry? There are 19 that signed in. Sorry. If you haven't, you want to replace it by all means. I just wanted to put it in. I don't want to complicate things more than I already am. And I also have an email from a young lady who's listed on there, and I think it says in my email, or maybe it doesn't. I think she's individual number 15 on the sign-in sheet. I reached out to her if she had any opinion, and I forwarded this in, and I didn't see it in the file, but I went ahead and printed it out, so you have it. This is exhibit 7.
Yep.
Or 6A, or 6B.
We'll call it 7.
Okay. Got planning's comment. With that, I think we can begin with our witnesses. You understand what relief we're asking for and where we're asking for it, and I would like to call Mr. William Marshall first.
Mr. Chairman, we do have staff reports as well.
Okay. Why don't we hear those now?
Okay. Planning Department reviewed this application. This property is in the Seton Hill Area Master Plan area, but it is not in a specific historic district. The department memorandum, which is dated December 21st of 2018, recommends approval of the application subject to the conditions that the applicant create a private outdoor smoking area for use only by patients or clients of the proposed clinic using the open area along Madison Street, and plant trees in areas where there are none currently, such as along the Paca Street side of the site, subject to approval by the Departments of Transportation and Public Works. Since the time this memo was issued, the department was informally advised that the operator of this proposed clinic may not allow smoking on premises. Therefore, the first recommended condition might not be operative. And secondly, the applicant has testified is proposing to plant some additional trees along Paca Street, which would help to satisfy the other condition. Thank you. That's the Planning Department's report.
So, of the two conditions, there are no conditions.
Well, no, the condition for planting street trees would still remain in effect.
Okay.
But if the operator testifies that they would not allow smoking on premises, then the department is withdrawing that recommended condition.
No, the reason I was asking because there's a reference to trees being planted, and so are you satisfied with what they're proposing in terms of trees?
Subject to the DOT and Public Works.
Okay. All right.
We're okay with that condition.
Okay.
No objection. Again, to add to it, the community doesn't want people loitering from this use. We also do not want people loitering, as I'm sure you'll hear, so the point of having a smoking area kind of works counterintuitively to the whole idea of people not loitering.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, we have several letters to be read here.
Sure.
Several letters in opposition, as well as letters that are in support for this appeal. We'll start with the letters of opposition. First one drafted by Councilman Eric Costello of the 11th District. I write to you today because it's come to my attention that BMZA intends to hear an appeal tomorrow, January 15th, 2019, from Medmark. Medmark wishes to move their outpatient clinic from the University of Maryland Medical System Midtown campus to buildings located at 701 McCullough and 501 West Madison Street. Medmark is operated as an outpatient clinic from 5:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the UMMS Midtown Campus Professional Building. Their move to the intersection of McCullough and West Madison Street represents a move further into the residential area, in this case Seton Hill, with closely adjacent Heritage Crossing and Mount Vernon to be impacted. The SHA Board of Directors has voted to oppose Medmark's request until, at minimum, Medmark attends the next SHA General Membership meeting on February 12th, which must be today, 2019, and explains its reasons for the move to the Seton Hill. In addition to Seton Hill residents, this move could adversely impact the Arena Players, a longstanding African-American cultural institution located on McCullough Street, and the Heritage Crossing neighborhood just across Martin Luther King Boulevard. Medmark invited the presidents of the Heritage Crossing and Seton Hall Association to their Mount Vernon site and is currently scheduled to present to the Mount Vernon Business Association General Membership on the evening of January 15th after the BMZA hearing. These gestures do not adequately engage the impacted communities. As such, I respectfully request that you postpone this hearing due to Medmark's failure to sufficiently engage with the surrounding communities, specifically the Seton Hill Association, Heritage Crossing Residents Association, Mount Vernon Belvedere Association, and the Arena Players. Without postponement and adequate community engagement resulting in conditions on its approval, I am opposed to the applicant's request.
It's okay. Keep going.
Which meeting of the Seton Hill Association did he ask for them to attend? Tonight. Okay.
No, let's not.
Okay. Now we have a letter from an individual who says, I'm writing today with my concern over the proposed move of the Medmark Clinic to the University of Maryland Midtown campus to the building located at the intersection of 701 McCullough and 501 West Madison. I reside and own the property at 443 Orchard Street, adjacent to the property in question. Says, I purchased my home in August of 2012. I've watched this community grow and develop over the last 6.5 years. With the continued development around our small neighborhood, and it has been exciting to see the development and positive growth. I am excited to see the continued renovations of UMMC's property. We sneak a letter out of the file. As they expand their facilities. I understand how an empty professional structure does not help a community grow, and the need for aid to those who are suffering from the disease of addiction. However, this is a fragile community on the precipice of becoming one of Baltimore's most welcoming small residential neighborhoods, and the proposed location of this clinic will only damage that transition. The relocation of Medmark Methadone Clinic to this structure will cause severe damage to that blossoming growth and kill the strides that we've made in the past years. This is a cul-de-sac. This cul-de-sac is one where children can be found playing safely in the afternoons year-round. The relocation of this clinic will make it such that these children can no longer safely do that. Their families will now worry about their safety and the children in their community. Additionally, the negative impact on property values within the neighborhood will cause currently marketed houses to remain vacant longer and decrease the value of those currently resided in. Research prepared by Weller, LaRoche, and Wentland in 2014 cites an article, says it demonstrates a 17% decrease in property sales prices to homes within 660 feet of a methadone clinic. By my estimation, there are at least 11 homes within this impact area, many of which are owner-occupied. I hope that you will take the above academic and anecdotal evidence into consideration through these proceedings. Signed, Brandon Caracalcio. My apologies for the pronunciation of the name.
Mr. Barr, would you,
Yes.
let's, if you have letters from people who are here, I think we can hear the testimony as opposed to reading the letter.
Noted that.
Okay.
Unless there's anybody from the arena players. Okay, then there is a letter from the arena players here. We'll let them testify
Okay.
in lieu of reading the letter, as well as the president from the Seton Hill Community Association. That's right. Who will also read or testify in lieu of reading from the letter they've submitted.
The letters will be part of the file.
Is there a Mr. Richard Tucker available? Okay, so we have a letter from Mr. Tucker, who, in lieu of reading his letter, he can testify. Is Mr. Quilter available now?
Just walked in the door.
Okay. Mr. Quilter can be invited to testify, although I don't believe he's been sworn in.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Intern. Okay, switching now then to the letters of support. Do we have Ms. Vicki Walters, President of the Baltimore City Substance Abuse District here? Okay, so they have submitted a letter of support for the appeal that she can testify, as well as Adrian Bridenstine, Vice President, Polling Communication for Behavioral Health Services. Okay, so they can also testify in lieu of reading their letter into the file, and this is from the folks at Medmark
We're here to
themselves,
testify as well.
who are here to testify on behalf of themselves. So, thank you, Mr. President. We'll put those in as a matter of the record and let those folks testify instead of reading all these into the record.
All right, Mr. Vittori, let's hear your case.
Sure. Mr. Mind coming? You've been sworn in, as you know. Could you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is William Marshall. I'm with Baymark Health Corporation.
Okay, and what is your relationship to this project?
My role is construction project manager.
And did you get involved before, at some point when they were looking for facilities to perhaps move?
I did.
So it wasn't your decision to move, per se, it was your decision to look at, evaluate properties?
Correct.
Okay.
So I've been on site a few times to evaluate the project. Early on, my role was to give opinions as to the condition of the building. Also, does it meet local codes and needs. So as we go through the process, once we get the conditional use permit, some of the roles that I will be overseeing is to make sure that we have a code-compliant building and to address some of the needs that are being asked about today.
And those needs, they involve going the community's needs, or do you mean needs such as?
There'll be physical
facilities?
needs to the building. For example, one of the needs that was brought up was the concern about lighting and the concern about security. So we will make sure to address those items.
And you also keep track of where, when you're looking at locations, such as, information such as where buses and other public transportation comes
do.
from?
So currently, we have a location at Mount Vernon. We've outgrown that space. And some of the things that we looked at from the existing facility to this facility is the close approximation. Also, the ability to the bus lines. That's how the majority of the patients will arrive. We also look at the abilities for people to have access to the healthcare center. There's a hospital center that's close by. We also look at the demographics. For example, we have to look at the number of cases, whether those be overdoses that we get the information from the local hospital, from the fire municipality, from the police department. We look at that information because we have to look at the response times and the clienteles that we have. What we're trying to do is we're trying to serve the local constituents and put a building that's close by that meets those needs as best we can.
Do you also look at response time of police, fire, and other?
We do. We look at the response time that they have, again, to these facilities. We try to come up with a solution that is a good fit. It's not going to be a perfect fit in all cases, but we do look at those response times for people and those addictions.
Without getting into specifics on the renovation, would you consider it more of a substantial renovation or a light renovation?
So this is going to be a significant renovation. The existing building has been vacant for over a decade. Currently, it is in a dilapidated state. We are going to invest several $1 million into this facility to make sure that it is code compliant. We will be checking out any issues that may be happening environmentally, things of that nature. So this will be a vast improvement to the local neighborhood. And also, we will be addressing the need for lighting and security as mentioned previously.
How long do you anticipate before the building will be completed?
This is the first step in the process. So within the next 2 years, we will go through drawings, schematics, we will go through drawing review, we'll get comments, things of that nature to make sure that we are code compliant. We do use local talent. We will hire local engineers, local architects, local contractors of that need to facilitate making this building.
How many employees do you anticipate hiring from those local companies for helping out with this build-out?
To put a rough number to it, it's probably going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of over 100 people. Contractors alone, there'll be a multitude of trades that will be there: drywall, masonry, electrical, things of that nature. This building, as I mentioned, is in a dilapidated state. We'll have to go back through, make sure we replace all the wiring that is not sufficient and things of that nature. So at the end of the day, this will be a very sound building that everybody could be proud of.
Now, I didn't ask this, but how long have you been working with Baymark, Medmark?
2 years.
2 years.
My previous role was with a local hospital in Dallas. I have over 15 years of construction healthcare experience.
Okay, and you've worked on a number of projects around the country, correct?
I have.
Okay, and also in Baltimore?
This is actually my first stint in Baltimore.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for you, unless there's something else you think you'd like to share with the board.
One thing that I do ask is that when we look at this information, that we look at it as the code is written, a clinic is a clinic is a clinic, and not to distinguish or discriminate on our specialty. Thank you.
Any questions from the
You
board?
mentioned lighting and security twice. Is that something you're going to address? Or
I think the operational, I've got two other witnesses from
All right.
Medmark. He's really the construction guy. I wanted to
Okay.
get that part of it out of the
Okay.
way.
Any other
Any
questions?
questions for? No? Thanks.
Thank you for your time.
I'd like to call Mr. Brian Krebs. Please state your name for the record. If you have a card, that'd be great. Thanks.
Brian Krebs. I'm the treatment center director at the current.
Mr. Krebs, if you could speak into the mic, that would be
Sure.
great. Thank you.
Brian Krebs. I'm the treatment center director for the site that we're discussing
What's
today.
that address again?
821 North Utah is where we are currently. We're in the professional office building on the University of Maryland Midtown campus.
Which one, too?
The one.
This one?
Yes, please. Thank you. Does this exhibit accurately reflect the proximity of the existing to the
Excuse me,
proposed?
would this gentleman say something about moving from a Mount Vernon facility?
He may not know the
I'm
neighbors.
sorry, I was mixing the facility names up. As I mentioned, this was my first project in Baltimore.
So you guys are citing the same
We are.
facility?
Thank you for
My
clarifying.
mistake. Thank you for clarifying.
Yes.
This exhibit accurately reflects the location where you're presently vacating in order to relocate to the one that you're
Correct.
proposing here for the instant request for relief. Great, thank you. All right. So how long has MedMark been at this present location where its existing facility operates?
Dr. Glass opened that site in, I think, 1986.
And you say Dr. Glass as if I know who he is.
Dr. Glass is our national medical director.
Okay. Does he own the building or?
He owns, the building itself is a group of condos, so he owns the 2 condominium suites that we occupy now.
Okay, and when I say the building where you're presently?
The building where we presently are, yes, sir.
Okay. And how long have you worked for MedMark?
3.5 years.
Okay. And can you tell me exactly what MedMark is treating and some of the background regarding?
We specialize in opioid treatment, so anything that is an opioid addiction, from heroin to pills, anything that the person comes in as addicted to, we provide an environment where we can stabilize them medically, and then through counseling and other factors, help them to make a better decision about their life and where they're going. The medicine itself helps them stabilize their craving and the ability for their body to not be sick, so that then we can help them, find a job, change some of the places they hang out, their people, places, and things, so that they can then make a different choice about what they're doing and where they're going.
At the community meeting, the special community meeting on February 5th, I think you threw out a statistic to the community, something along the lines of once people get into your program, if they don't stay with the program for 90 days, there's a statistical probability of something.
83% of people who don't stay in the program for 90 days, that's kind of the benchmark, have a severe 83% chance of dying in that year. So the goal for us is to really engage them and keep them there. 90 days kind of establishes a habit. And once you establish them there, coming every day, getting counseling, getting a medication, they're much more likely to have a good success and a good outcome.
So if you have, I think I've seen in a traffic study that was done, and also the letters from the community, it mentioned about 1,100, 1,350, however many patients are treated by the facility. Is that all on a daily basis? And can you describe what a typical day is like in someone's?
So when we open in the morning, we have a lot of patients that actually work, and they'll come. We open the door at 5:30 in the morning, and then we don't stop dosing until 6 in the evening. So we have the kind of the offset hours. People will come before they come to work, get their medication, go to work, or they'll go to work early and come in the afternoon once they're done working. But then typically kind of our peak times are once people get up and, kind of rush hour, as it were, 8 to 10. And then there's always the one program closes at 1 o'clock, and there's always the mad rush to get in before 1 o'clock. And then usually there's 100 or so people in the afternoon that are working that come from a job. They're, in uniforms, they're construction workers or whatnot, and they come in after work and get their medication and go home.
Now, is that
Excuse me, how many people do you treat on an average day, number one, and number two? How many people do you treat during the peak hours, early morning, I guess, afterwards? You said like 100 or something, but what's your estimate?
There's about 1,100 people that come through every day. Probably
700?
between the 2 suites. Each suite doses between 600 and 700, depending on the day. Depending on, obviously, weather conditions. So typically there's usually 50 to 70 people an hour that are coming through in the morning. And then there's, a little bit, it also depends on if they're seeing their counselor that day. So if they're seeing their counselor, they may come at a different time because they've made an appointment with their counselor for that day. Typically people have rough time frame that they dose because it fits into their schedule. So roughly, our peak times would be, 100-ish patients an hour per suite during those peak times.
Okay. And do you expect that 1,100 number to increase at the new facility?
There's always people that want to come. We're one of the most requested sites because of our hours for working people. They come and they go. We usually stay right around that number. It's pretty even
Your
because
projections for the new site are about the same number?
roughly.
Okay.
Two quick questions. How do people get connected with your clinic?
Wow, that's a big question. There's a variety. We have an intake number, so anytime there's our information is out there with Baltimore City Health Department, with a bunch of different places. We kind of coordinate with the local hospital.
Qualify to receive your services is my question.
Anybody that meets the SAMHSA criteria, the ASAM criteria for addiction. So if you have a history of drug addiction 10 years ago,
Qualify.
and now you come in and say, hey, I'm in recovery, but I'm feeling, you qualify.
And what services in addition to dosing do you people their medication?
Individual and group counseling.
Okay.
They get an annual physical every year, and they're assessed by a physician. If they have a need for one of the unique properties of our location is, and we're so close with the hospital that I can refer you to the next suite down the hall for primary care. I can refer you down to the dental school for dental services. At a previous existence, I was the administrator for ambulatory services for that hospital. So I know all of those doctors, and if I say, Brian needs...
I just was trying to understand that you're not just giving out medication. There's
No.
a multitude of other things that you're providing as well.
Yes.
Which witness is going to testify about security, lighting, and neighbors?
I think either could, but Brian obviously operates it day to day, so if
Okay.
you want to.
Who are your immediate neighbors? I'm assuming in addition to the fact that so the condo building is mostly medical service providers.
Mhm.
What about across the street?
Across the street, there's a couple restaurants. The church there, Mount Calvary, owns a bunch of the homes there. There's actually a gentleman that lives in the home. His name's Gary. Gary's kind of my watchdog in the early hours. He has my cell number.
Gary lives at the church?
Correct.
Okay. But, but this row right here, right across the street, that's all commercial here?
On the backside on Howard, yes, that's all
How do I
commercial.
get in? If I'm coming to your clinic, am I coming in through Utah?
Correct.
Okay, so across the street is restaurants, and then on this street, Chase Street, is this the church here?
I believe so.
Okay. What about here? What's here?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Okay. Okay, but most of your neighbors are commercial neighbors. Okay.
There's a church across the street, and I think the church...
Well, I see the new location. Where's the old, is this the old location up here?
Yeah.
Do you want to mark the old
Yes.
location?
That's
H is the
exhibit.
old
That's
location.
Okay.
H is the hospital zoning.
Yes.
It's about roughly
I'd like to
there,
see
this
that.
big building there.
Yeah,
Just underneath
this is
DOT
the,
zone.
correct. This is the medical office building and the parking garage attached to it, which is why it looks like that big building. This is all commercial.
Could you
across
hold
the
that up
street.
so we can see it?
Absolutely.
So-
Also, please continue to use the microphones.
The highlighted in blue where it's zoned.
colorblind.
Right here where my finger is the hospital. The building on the end is the medical office building with the parking garage attached to it. Across the street is commercial, it's restaurants. There's some homes there that the church owns. But it's mostly around that area, down to the corner and everything, it's all commercial property.
What security exists now in the current location?
We, in coordination with the hospital, has their own guards, but we employ our own armed security guard because the hospital requested it. And so we have our own employees that act as kind of customer liaisons,
Singular guard there the entire time you're operating? Okay.
in addition to the hospital guards.
Okay. In the new location, it would just be the one guard?
We'll pick up an extra armed guard.
Pick up an extra guard? Are they there only for the hours that you're open?
Correct.
Okay, what about lighting, and is there security cameras?
When we go into the new building, there will be HD cameras that go in everywhere to the point where one of our requirements is I want to be able to look down the street if I see something that, to be very honest, the term that I use is smells funny. I want to be able to see the license plate of the vehicle. I want to see the face of the person so that I know whether they're mine and I can address that with the police. We'll have lighting that goes, not intrusively into the neighborhood, into the neighbor's bedroom window, but lines, half the street on our side and all the way around so that we can see and it's well lit.
Have you had any issues in the last year with any of your patients?
Not to that extent. I mean, they get, the population itself is very needy and can be disruptive at times, but 90% of the time it's because they want to be heard, and that's the avenue they're used to getting attention.
Can you just define disruptive for me so I understand?
Loud, cursing,
So nothing of a criminal nature, just abusive language?
correct.
Okay.
So, describe for me, so when one of the peak times, when you have this, the 1,100 people showing up over the period of the day at the peak time, are there people waiting in line to get inside? I mean,
They come inside and wait in line. They have to check in, make sure that they don't need any blood work, need to see their counselor, then they wait in the dosing line. If all they're doing is getting their dose for the day, they get their dose and they leave. We make them leave. We don't.
And will that be the same at the new facility?
Correct.
So there'll be enough room for everybody to wait in line inside? There
Correct.
won't be people waiting in line outside?
Correct.
Okay.
What is 5:30 in the morning a peak time?
Mhm.
How many people do you expect to have there at 5:30?
Yes. There's probably 50 to 80 waiting when we unlock the door.
Okay, do you manage any of the other MedMark facilities around town?
I do not.
You do not. It sounds like you anticipate a real need for security from what you just described. Yes, no?
I'm not anticipating the need for additional security. I just want to make sure that, number one, the patients are acting the way they're supposed to. We want to be good neighbors. I don't want the patients to act out in any way, shape, or form, and I would rather be proactive than reactive to anything.
Do you contract with the University of Maryland for this facility?
No. We contract with our medical provider, who is Dr. Glass. We just rent the suites from him.
And what's the affiliation with the University of Maryland?
We just happen to be there on the campus. So we're not affiliated with university in any way, shape, or form.
And how many MedMark facilities are there around the city?
Six facilities.
So someone else can speak to any problems at the other facilities?
And so you just said that there are 50 to 60 folks waiting in the morning when you open the doors?
Mhm.
So that's waiting outside?
They're waiting under the awning of the building until the security guard of the building unlocks the door.
Who's outside?
Correct.
What time does the security guard report for work?
5.
So 30 minutes before it opens?
Correct.
Is there any provision in your facility for anybody to be staying overnight?
No.
Okay,
Nope.
so it's all sort of outpatient?
Just like a
in-house.
dentist office. You go in, get your service, and you leave.
Are you contemplating any particular security during the hours that the facility is closed? Anyone?
The cameras and everything will monitor all the time. There's alarms on every single thing that there is. So anytime something would potentially trigger an alarm, it automatically goes to the police, automatically goes to myself, and it automatically goes to our security company.
Have you had many theft incidences, when the building's closed, when the building's open, of the medicine?
Oh, no. Oh, my God, no. It's in safes. It's locked between. The DEA regulates all of that. They have to come in and inspect twice a year. Panic buttons, safe contacts behind 2 multiple locked doors, multiple combinations, the whole 9 yards. There's no medication that goes anywhere.
And Ms. Marilyn Logsdon, what we call testify more the regional and broader issues as opposed to the site-specific stuff, but you've opened up other facilities like at Cherry Hill, and we can get to that when we get to her, that we're in a drug area. I mean, it was hard enough to get the construction people in to do work, and we'll go through all that when we get a chance. Just wanted to get some of the operational stuff so we didn't lose sight of what we're doing here.
Okay.
All right, I can ask questions again. So you're 2 blocks away. What could you run the facility? And you're going to continue to run the facility when it relocates?
As long as she tells me, I'm not going anywhere. Yes.
When you took over the facility, was there an issue, I mean, I think you guys bought it from someone else, correct? And there were patients at that time. Did you have to get rid of any patients at the time?
When I first took over, and again, inherently with this population, there is drug dealing. When I first took over the site, when I say got rid of, I tapered and gave other programs to 180 patients, roughly, because there's 30 other programs in Baltimore City. I'm not interested in the drug dealing. If you're here, I'll be more than happy to help you. But if you're just here for the dose to sell it, then there's other places you can go. I put off.
How do you determine that?
If we catch them on camera, if we catch them selling their medication, we bring them in, and we have a zero tolerance policy for that.
Insofar as the dosing or administering the drug, that happens in 90% of the cases.
Correct.
In the facility. They don't have it going
Correct.
out with them, correct?
Correct. They earn some medication to take home after they've met stringent criteria, and it's months and months and months to earn one. If we catch anybody doing that, even if I catch them and they're not selling something that I gave to them, if their psychiatrist gave them Xanax, for instance, and I catch them selling it to someone.
How are you catching them selling it? Like if they're walking out with the dose?
I walk out to the bus stop.
Okay.
My counselors walk outside. They sometimes on a weekend, there are people that pull in to buy it, and we walk outside and catch them.
So the maximum number of doses that you can leave is one?
If you're in the program for years, you can earn up to 28 doses, but it takes years to get to that point. And it's the more doses you earn, the more you get called back by the system to say, hey, Brian has all of these doses. They're dated, they're timed, they're everything. We just gave him 28 doses yesterday. Call him back in today to let's make sure or 2 days from now or whatever. The more the system recognizes that you have that potential, the more the potential there is for diversion. So the more you have to come in and prove that you're using it the correct way. And at any point in time, if you're not doing it the correct way, all your earned stuff goes away and you come see me again every day.
Like the federal and state kind of boxes to check.
Absolutely.
Are you guys checking any different boxes than everybody else, or are these the same boxes?
These are the boxes that the federal and the state do, and we try and, I would rather be more stringent with that than less.
You have to wait till the question is completed before you answer.
As far as the sale of doses, do you mean catch them or do you mean observe them?
Observe them. So if I see someone out on the street exchanging money and there's medication or what looks to be medication in their hand, we go get them or bring them in or put them on hold for the next day and bring them in, ask them where their stuff is. They have to prove where their things are if they have them. And if we have it on video, we pull up the video and they sit with myself and the medical director.
I'm sorry, I keep asking so many questions. How often does that happen?
When I first started there, it happened quite a bit, which is why I got rid of about 180 people. It doesn't happen that often now. Every once in a while, if someone comes in that's new, they bring other things with them.
Sure, of course. How many
And
times a quarter would you say?
a quarter, maybe 4.
Okay.
And obviously, if someone's taking the medication there, they're not selling it.
Yeah, right,
But if
the
they
things
could be
that-
selling something else, in which case you would address the issue.
Correct. We address the things, even if they're not the things that we give them. If they're my patient and I catch them selling anything, regardless if we prescribed it or not, they're still selling something, and they're endangering the rest of the program.
And I want to move on from the actual
Sure.
dosing, whatever. But for one thing, you guys have markings on your containers or
Yes.
bags or whatever.
There are regulations by the DEA about what has to be on the outside of any kind of dose, and it's their name, their number, the doctor, the prescription, the milligram dosage. It's all right there, and it's a waterproof label. So
it's easily identified, and you can track it back to who
absolutely.
it is. And,
Absolutely.
okay, get on top of the problem.
There was a clinic at that location before MedMark took over?
It was Glass Health Associates, which was Dr. Glass.
So you appreciably improved the situation that you inherited from Dr. Glass, who owns the building?
Correct.
Well, okay.
In a grand scheme, obviously, you're not the city or state or federal organization that reviews yourself, but would you give yourself a high grade as one of the premier facilities?
I would think we do better than most, yes.
What is the grade you get from the various
It's a,
regulators?
it's a pass or fail. There's no, I mean, we get inspected by the state, the DEA, multiple times a year.
Okay.
As far as the dose or, the administering of this drug for the people that come in and are there 15 minutes, is it a pill that gets swallowed?
It's a
They can
liquid.
somehow hide? No, it's a liquid?
You have to wait till you finish the question
Sorry.
because the transcript's getting muddled.
And have you spoken to or attended any meetings with the community regarding this use after having filed this petition here?
Yes, we attended a meeting with the Mount Vernon Association and with the Seton Hill Association.
Okay, and before that, did you reach out to them and offer to do any tours, say, of the other facilities?
The Mount Vernon facility, when it was being put together, had many open houses, and I know.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, we're talking about Mount Vernon facility again. I thought that we didn't have a Mount Vernon facility.
I mean, there is a Mount Vernon facility.
I have personally, we haven't done any open houses at our location because we haven't moved or anything yet.
I think my question was just about, has he offered to speak with the community or give them any tours? And in this case, they could tour the Mount Vernon location. Doesn't mean we're doing anything with the Mount Vernon location. There's one in Cherry Hill, he could tour that, just to get a flavor of what takes place. What the
When did you
foundation was
meet
trying
with
to
the
establish.
Seton Hill Association?
We met with them, last week? Last Tuesday.
Okay. Okay.
The, where do most of the patients you treat reside, if you have any idea?
We can pull the data by zip code. So out of those patients, literally roughly 720 of them reside in either the Seton Hill zip code or the zip codes that touch that. So there's roughly half, well, a little more than half actually, reside in the 11th district.
Okay, and most of your patients come, and can you put a percentage on it, by public transportation, or they drive their own cars?
Absolutely. Most come by public transportation of some sort. I think 80 to 85% use public transportation.
Okay. And that's all the questions I have for you.
All right. Thank you.
I'm unclear about something. Did I hear that Seton Hill and Mount Vernon are both requesting another meeting?
I think there was some confusion in the letters. So this case was originally scheduled for January 15th. So most of the letters we have, I think with the exception of one, were from that prior hearing date. So a lot of that evidence or testimony in those letters was referring to probably late December, early January, that they had not yet met with the applicant. My understanding is that there have been other efforts to meet with the community that have taken place since those letters were written. So the applicant can certainly comment on those talks, or at the very least can comment on when those discussions took place. But again, those letters were, at this point, a month or two old.
Next, I'm going to call Ms. Logsdon, who's the operations manager for the region, who has been eager to interject herself into the conversation. And again, like I said with Brian, if you could wait for me to, I talk fast, and I know you know the end of the answer, but if you just wait till I finish to answer the question so the record accurately reflects John. As far as, sorry.
I'm sorry, Mary Lynn Logsdon, and I'm the Regional Vice President for MedMark. I manage all the programs here in Baltimore. Logsdon.
Mary's M-A-R-Y, and Lynn is L-Y-N-N. All right, how long have you been with MedMark?
2 years in June.
And where were you prior to that?
I've worked for 35 years in addiction and mental health throughout the state of Maryland.
Okay. And you had authorization from the property owner, Skyrise Investors, to seek this zoning relief, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain the nature of business, if you heard anything that Mr. Krebs said that you thought you'd add on to as far as what services you offer at this facility as well as the other facilities in Baltimore?
That's what we offer. We are a national company. We have over 200 clinics, including Canada. So we do this in many locations, and here in Maryland, we have 6 facilities and run 9 programs within those buildings.
And just by way of background to another facility that was new construction, the Cherry Hill facility, could you kind of go through some of the issues that were in the neighborhood there? And I think hopefully to combat some of the perception that you're going to bring crime to the neighborhood when in fact you're going to drive some of it out.
Right. Cherry Hill was located in an old social services building near a school, and it was there for 30 years. Again, it was under Dr. Glass. Menmark took that over in about 2015, and we recently moved to a $3 million building about 2 blocks away. At the time, there was an open-air drug market that had been there 26 years, and within 3 months of us coming and taking issue, reporting them to the police, and our presence, it is no longer there. So we're located right beside the light rail. And as you come into Cherry Hill, you now see a nice brand-new renovated building, which prior to us coming there was about 4 dilapidated warehouses that had fallen down.
Now, you're not saying you got rid of the drug dealers, they
No.
just went somewhere else.
Correct.
Thank you. Are you aware of any complaints from the community regarding the various facilities that have happened in the last quarter?
No, since I have been here, I've received no community complaints from any of our locations. Brian has talked to our neighbor across the street, and I think we've talked to him 9 different times, and only 1 actually was with our patient. So we do have a very good relationship with Jack, who lives across the street.
Is your understanding from Mr. Glass, who previously operated this facility at its current location, whether, there's been a history of problems with the community complaining about things?
I am not aware of any.
Which facility are you citing?
The existing facility from which we are planning on moving to the proposed, which is his hospital district, is a zoning district, which is next to a commercial district, which is next to a residential district, all of which are on top of each other, as you can see on the zoning map. That's correct. And Mr. Krebs runs the day-to-day operations at the existing facility and will
does.
do so. Just wait for me to finish, sorry. At the existing facility,
Yes,
and he will at the proposed facility from which the use is going to move from the existing facility.
yes.
Thank you. Can you explain to the board why you're proposing to relocate the facility?
We've really just outgrown the space, and in the era of this epidemic, with so many people in Baltimore overdosing with heroin and the fentanyl epidemic, our services are very much in demand. And we do like to offer counseling and groups and some other services that we can't because we're just totally out of space. Plus, we would like to own our own space, and when this came available, it just looked like a really good opportunity in the face of such a huge epidemic here in Baltimore.
So you've included a floor plan with the plan, correct, you got from your architect?
Yes.
So
Okay.
by saying that you've outgrown it, are you intending to treat more patients than you're treating now?
We don't. Brian grew by 81 patients last year, so it's not like we expect 5,000. We have 20 offices now for counselors, and we'll have 20 at our new location.
But the main point is, one, to get out of this space, so you
Correct.
have the ability
We'll have
to.
more group rooms, we'll have a larger waiting room for people inside, more exam rooms, more dosing windows so people can get through faster.
And some of the other services you're wanting to add that you can't offer,
Right.
bear with me, is GED classes, a food pantry, clothing pantry, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And have you purchased the subject site?
We will, we have an intent, is if we get it zoned, we will be purchasing the building.
So the process is to go back in time, as you looked at a number of facilities, you consulted with your land use attorney who told you if the property is zoned C1 and it's allowed by conditional use, it's a presumptively permissible use, and unless there's something about the use that flies in the face of what it somehow impacts it more so than the inherently adverse effects, you would be allowed to do that use at that facility, correct? Based upon the
Yes.
zoning?
Yes.
Okay.
If the BMZA didn't appeal this, or approve this appeal, would you stay in the present location?
Our lease there is for 4 more years. We would still look for another location.
And then after that, you had Mr. Marshall then look at the structure and some of the other issues around there, walk around and try to figure out where the people would be coming from, bus stops, other public transportation, and those things, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, you entered into a contract for the property, to purchase the property?
In November of 2018.
Okay. And once you had it under contract, then you got the wheels in motion of getting an engineering firm to prepare a plan and the permit application that, from which you could take this appeal, and that was in roughly, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in roughly December 2018, correct?
Yes.
And then shortly after that, you reached out to the community, correct?
Yes,
And obviously, that was before the holiday, correct?
yes,
And then the initial round of letters that we read that were requesting a community meeting, we then requested a postponement of the prior meeting that was scheduled in January, correct?
yes,
And we met with the community, and they were amenable to an earlier meeting than the one that was scheduled for this evening, correct?
yes,
And we're here today for the hearing, correct?
yes,
And that's pretty much the history.
yes.
Okay. Bear with me one moment. And as far as security, that is something that's mandated, or is that on your own accord that you're providing the security with the cameras and all these other items? You're not required, or you're required to have these things, or can you tell me what boxes you have to check to operate your facility?
Right. We're not required. We only have armed security at 2 locations. One is Cherry Hill and one is at downtown, where we currently are. And that's really because the Community Association in Cherry Hill asked us if we would help provide some extra security for the community, and we were happy to do that, so we have an armed guard there. And then at Utah Street with the hospital security, they also asked if we would be willing to do that for everyone's safety, and we agreed. So when we plan to move, we talked to the community and we heard some of their concerns, so we offered to keep 2 security officers, which is what we have at our current location. But they're the only 2 sites in which we have armed security. Everywhere else has employees hired by Medmark who act as patient care coordinators, help with loitering, trash, those kinds of things. But they're just employees. They don't wear uniforms. There are no armed security at any of our other locations.
Insofar as security, I mean, it's nice that they're there. Do they go outside the facility? And if so, how far outside? Do they go 5 blocks, 20 blocks, 1 block, no blocks?
They go to the extent of our property lines, and then if we have a request, we can ask them to do additional security areas if there are issues.
And while you don't have an agreement worked out with the Seton Hill community, have you worked with other communities such as Cherry Hill to respond to people, that give them your phone number so that you can address issues with your security should an issue arise in the community?
Yes, they have all our contact numbers, my personal numbers, the directors. At Cherry Hill, there was a school directly across from us at our old location, and so we worked a lot with them, and we did allow our security to go out into the road and down to the bus stop, because we know a lot of our patients walk that way, and with the kids coming to school, so we worked really closely with their association.
And as far as a police response, would you characterize it as faster for you or faster for the community?
DEA mandates a 2-minute response, and so anytime we have ever called, we get a very quick response.
From our police department?
From your police department.
Is that part of the reason why you selected this site?
Well, the location is, because our patients are right across the street and have been coming there, it really is good for continuity of care that we stay where our patients are currently being treated. The train is there, bus service, and they've been coming for 30 years. And so we really need a location that they can get to, and we want to make it as easy as possible. You know, we like to say a drug dealer will drive right up to your window and make it that easy for you to get drugs. We need to make it as convenient as possible for people to receive treatment.
As far as parking goes for the employees and potentially that portion of the patients that actually do drive there, do you have a plan? Did you front load your plan of selecting the site by figuring out somewhere to park, or is that something that you're going to figure out after you get an approval?
It's a combination of both. Right now, we pay for our staff to park in the parking garage. We hope to partner with Arena Players. We would agree to pave their lot, reline it, maintain it for them, and we'd like to give the money to them monthly to have our staff park there.
Have you talked to them?
We have sent emails, and our meeting with them is tomorrow.
Okay.
If we don't get with Arena Players, because like I said, I'd rather give it to them and keep the money more in the community, but we will rent parking like we do now for our employees.
So if Arena Players has a position on your relocation?
They haven't said anything to us. We meet with them tomorrow. They've been in contact by email with Brian, the director.
Is there a representative of Arena Players here today?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm here.
Thank you,
I'm
thank
Donald
you.
Owens. I'm the artistic
Yeah, wait,
director,
hold on a sec. We're not going to call you yet.
and so is our chairman of the board.
Okay.
who is
Thank
not
you,
here.
thank
Sir.
you, thank you.
Could you, and I think there's also, just kind of getting ahead of you things while you're up here, and instead of having to call you on rebuttal, As far as other community association representatives, we know Seton Hill has a representative here. I'm sorry. We know that, is there Mount Vernon representative here? We hasn't addressed themselves, but you're aware there's here?
She's here.
Okay, and did you meet with them at some point, and if so, when?
We did. We met with them on the 12th, January the 12th.
And was there something you took away from that meeting that you could provide or address as far as a concern of theirs?
It was very positive. There was a concern raised. There's a little park that's gated down the street from us, and our director assured them that we would have our person go down. But public spaces are difficult because a public park is a public park. But when it is our individuals, we will help move them along. We don't allow people to loiter, and we will send our staff down to address those issues.
To clarify for the board, because I probably wouldn't have gotten this unless I was at this point and having worked with you, but you're talking about the facility you operate actually in Mount Vernon, not this particular facility?
Correct.
Okay, so you were meeting with them about what we're proposing here, but also about your current existing facility in Mount Vernon?
Right. It was suggested that we reach out to Mount Vernon for this facility when somebody sent us a recommended list, and they just recommend that we retouch base with Mount Vernon.
That was, do you think, the Department of Planning, is that?
I would assume so.
Okay.
And let the record confirm, Mr. French acknowledged, yes, that was his suggestion.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else you'd like to present to the board that I've maybe missed on?
Someone asked a little earlier about security and break-ins. Medmark nor Dr. Glass has ever had a break-in and medication theft in the history of the 30-year existence of the programs, and that's in all the Medmark programs here in Maryland. There's never been a break-in.
Okay.
The main issues are people taking the doses and selling them nearby.
Correct. We require them to bring the bottles back. Like Brian explained, our bottles are clearly marked. We don't have pills. We don't put them in a baggie. We don't have syringes. Primarily, our medication is liquid. It has to be carried back and forth in a lockbox. And it's very regulated. If they don't bring their bottles back, they lose the privileges. If any are found, our number is clearly on there where the medication came from, so people could easily contact us and say, you know, we found 30 bottles. In terms of trash, we lock and secure our trash so people can't take our trash out. So all our dumpsters are locked, under lock and key. So we don't have that issue that we have ever faced at Medmark either.
Is the medication taken orally?
It is.
There are no needles, right?
No needles in any program.
How many facilities do you have in the city?
We have 6, but they do 9 different things, but most of them, some of them do different programs, but it's all opioid and heroin addiction.
And as far as just kind of the floor plans, you know, you're not married to it, but that's essentially what you've proposed. Sorry to continue with the questioning, but the dosing stations or the administering stations, it's not substantially increasing from what you have now to whatever. It's really the square footage increase from the existing site to the proposed site is a lot of it is for these other services you're going to offer.
Correct. We're going to add more windows so that people can be serviced faster. But Brian actually has the fastest times in the country. His dosing time is 3 minutes. From the time someone checks in till they're finished is 3.32 seconds. So it's a very quick assessment unless they're there to see their counselor or their doctor.
Okay.
That's all the questions I have for her.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to call Ms. Hertzmark.
Eliza Hertzmark.
Can you please state where you work, Ms. Hertzmark?
I work at Colbert Matz Rosenfeld.
Okay. And can you give me a little background on your education?
Yes, I received a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from Tufts University in Medford, Massachusetts.
And you indicated you worked at CMR, Colbert Matz Rosenfeld. When did you begin working there?
February 2011.
And you graduated in 2009?
Correct.
Okay. And how many projects have you worked on in the city regarding zoning?
Probably in the hundreds.
Okay, so you're familiar with the zoning regulations, bulk use and otherwise, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to present her as an expert in land use, zoning, and development.
Okay.
Thank you. And are you the project manager for CMR in this?
Yes.
Yes. And you also put yourself down as the appellant, correct?
Yes.
And did you oversee all work in preparation of the site plan that's been marked as Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe where this site is located, just generally?
Yes, it's on the edge of the Seton Hill neighborhood next to the Mount Vernon boundary line. It's bounded by McCullough, Madison, and Paca streets.
And you don't necessarily mean neighborhood by way of definition as far as a special exception or conditional use. You mean as far as the city's planning department defines a neighborhood boundary.
Correct.
Okay. So it's also being on the boundary, is it on the close to any other neighborhoods? And if so, which ones? Would that be Mount Vernon?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe the existing site? Is it more than one lot? Are there any improvements? What else going on there?
The existing site is 2 separate lots, one facing Madison Street, one facing McCullough Street. There is an existing building on site. It is technically 2 buildings, technically 2 sites. The building along McCullough Street takes up the entire lot. The building along Madison Street hits Madison at the property line and then kind of squares off from there and leaves 2 open triangular green spaces, sort of vegetated areas. The building is surrounded by sidewalk. There are a few small street trees, some along McCullough, some along Madison, as well as an abundance of underground utilities, specifically that run through McCullough towards the west side, up through Orchard Street, and then a few overhead utilities along Packard Street as well.
And your plan points out some proposed 4 by 12-foot tree pits, correct? And that's on North Packard Street?
The plan points out proposed 4 by 12 tree pits on Packard Street, as well as a few new tree pits on McCullough Street, 1 new tree pit on Madison Street, plus expanding 2 of the existing tree pits on Madison Street. 4 by 12 is the recommended size for tree pits in the city, so we are proposing to expand the undersized ones.
And it's the portion of the property that fronts on West Madison where I think there's a dot that points out proposed 2nd-story addition. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's what's necessitating the variance relief, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's really not so much that, but the setbacks that already exist where there's existing grass on each side of that frontage on West Madison, correct?
Correct. The zoning regulation for front yard in the C1 district for this use is either none or a 5-foot maximum. The intention being to build out to the line to, activate the street corridor. This is an existing building where a portion of the building does hit the property line, but then as I said, and as you can see, it squares off back. So the addition, which will just be following the existing outline of the building, follows that outline, but therefore as a technicality does need variance relief. It should be noted that the variance we're asking for is actually so that we can build less than the zoning code would otherwise require.
All right. Is there anything about the establishment, location, construction, maintenance, or operation of the conditional use would not be detrimental or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare of the community?
Sorry, that would not be, or that would?
Will the establishment, location, construction, maintenance, or operation of the conditional use be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare?
I do not believe so. As we've noted, the use is moving just a few blocks from its current location. Our understanding is that MedMark ensures that our patients are coming and going quickly and do not loiter in the area, and that the general users of the site would not be changing from the people who use it now to the people who will use it upon the relocation.
And you've read some of the letters from the community and kind of understand their basic stating of inherent adverse impacts of this facility or their perception of what it is.
Yes.
Do you feel like if somebody were to come out of the existing facility, they could just as easily get to the parks? They're concerned about people loitering in where they are now versus where they're going?
Yes, it is my understanding that the existing users are not going to dramatically change their traffic, transportation, walking paths between the 2 different facilities, between the existing facility and the proposed facility.
Would the use be precluded by any other law, including an applicable urban renewal plan?
The site is not within the boundaries of an urban renewal plan.
And the authorization would not be contrary to the public interest, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is that because the proposed use satisfies the conditions set forth in the city council regarding conditional use?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have an opinion as to whether the nature of the proposed site, including its size and shape and the proposed size, shape, and arrangement of structures, will cause the proposed healthcare clinic at this location to have a greater impact than the inherent adverse effects normally associated with the healthcare clinic in the C1 district?
Yes, and I have an opinion, and the opinion is no. Again, the site is, as we've stated, it's actually uniquely located sort of as a standalone site at the intersection of 3 streets, which, it gives it its own block. It's not adjacent, it's not touching any other neighbors. People are specifically going to that site and leaving that site. I think the uniqueness of that location on a standalone block is a positive thing for this use.
And are each of those roads one-way or two-way, do you know, or could you?
The roads are effectively one-way, Packer Street going north and Madison and McCullough going west.
Okay. And is it more than one lane, or any have more than one lane, or?
Madison Street is 2 lanes right now. McCullough Street is also, Packer Street, I believe, is 2 lanes right now. However, it would now be a reasonable time to bring in. We received information from the Department of Transportation that the site is part of the downtown bicycle network, and there are proposed pavement markings.
And we're going to mark this traffic study.
No, don't, I was going to talk about that. That's just a quick, when we're talking about lane widths, it's 2 sheets for it, yeah. There's proposal to do pavement markings and add bike lanes to some of the streets. Packer Street will be becoming, there will only be 1 lane instead of 2 now. The overall, we'll put that in as an exhibit. The overall effect is that the space for vehicles is going to be narrowed a little bit to make more space for bikes, which does have also an effect of creating a safer condition, we feel, for pedestrians, in that the vehicle travel lanes are more narrow, less for pedestrians to cross.
Mr. Vittori, do you want that marked?
Yes, if I can mark that as Appellant's Exhibit 8. And with that plan, did you also get a consult with a traffic engineer?
We did.
Okay, and I marked this as Appellant's Exhibit 9. Got it. 2 additional copies. 2 more here.
Do you want me to say something about the traffic study?
If you could, how did we come to present this today?
With some of the initial conversations with the community, there were some questions raised about traffic. There were questions raised about, will there be any increase in vehicles? And there were questions raised about pedestrian safety crossing these streets. The community pointed out that they are unique in that it's 3 streets coming together in a triangle. It's not a typical square pattern. And so we took it upon ourselves at our own expense to engage a traffic consultant to look at some existing traffic data, look at the existing location of this facility, the proposed location, potential changes, and try to quantify any effects. Without reading the entire report, a few key takeaways were that because the majority of the patients use public transportation or are walking, and a minimum are driving, there is not a dramatic increase in vehicular trips. And when you break it down over the course of the day, with the number of patients and the expected increase, it only comes down to a 2-car increase per hour, which is not really noticeable given the existing traffic network. As far as pedestrian concerns, again, we noted that most people who are using transportation or walking are already existing in this network, are not changing their travel patterns very much. With the proposed pavement markings for the bicycle network, we feel that this intersection and this block will be safer than it is right now. And there is one recommendation that our traffic engineer made, which is to install a crosswalk on the north side of Packer Street to facilitate pedestrian crossing from the east side to the west side, and we agree with that assessment, and look forward to working with the planning department and DOT about possible crosswalk improvements as well.
I do know, Mr. Vittori, that there was prior testimony that the number of patients that existed are 1,100, and that there would be no increase or very little increase, if I remember correctly. This indicates that the number of patients is 1,358 existing and 1,500 plan. Can you explain the difference?
And I'll ask the question real quick of Ms. Hertzmark. Did you provide that information? The traffic engineer just took whatever you provided, and that's not necessarily from our clients per se, or it's somewhere along the line?
So we got the information directly from MedMark. I would offer that maybe the discrepancy is that it's total patients in the program versus average daily. Mr. Krebs noted that some patients do not come every day. That could explain the
You didn't make it up
discrepancy.
on your own, right?
I did not make these numbers up on my own.
So for traffic purposes, we factored in more patients than, I guess, what Mr. Krebs testified actually are there. We'd have to call him back up.
Didn't you just say you got the actual patient numbers from MedMark?
I'm saying she got her information and passed it on, and she got it from MedMark, and the discrepancy, she said, could be explained, as I understood what she said. I certainly let you speak for yourself, but that there may be that number of patients treated there, but on a daily basis, 1,100 are treated, I think is how she explained what she would explain as the discrepancy that was there.
Well, I think there's a difference between, the planned 1,100 and the 1,500 here, and I'd like to hear what really is the planned number of daily.
So I can speak to the increase is something that, MedMark has explained that they feel they're, reaching capacity at their current location, and they're also not able to provide all the services that they want to. With the additional space in the new facility, I think they anticipate being able to accommodate, a small increase given the expanded space.
They said the
We called them
increased
back up
space
here
was
to-
Do you want me to call them up
Yeah,
now while
this
we're
is not-
here and just take a break? Yeah, I mean, it's not her. She
This
doesn't.
is not my area of expertise.
Right.
Well, why
That's
don't
okay.
you finish your testimony, then we
Okay,
can do
no.
that.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to whether the resulting traffic patterns and adequacy of the proposed off-street parking and loading will cause the proposed healthcare clinic at this location to have a greater impact than the inherent adverse effects normally associated with the healthcare clinic in the C1 district?
I have an opinion. My answer is no. The
No, it
opinion,
will
the
not.
opinion is no. It will not.
Okay. And what is the basis for that opinion?
The C1 Neighborhood Business District is intended for pedestrian-oriented corridors of use and uses that service the immediate neighborhood. So by design, the site is going to be close to other uses and is going to be accessible in that kind of way.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to whether the nature of the surrounding area and the extent to which the proposed use might impair its present and future development will cause the proposed healthcare clinic at this location to have a greater impact than the inherent adverse effects normally associated with the healthcare clinic in the C1 zone?
Yes, I have an opinion. The opinion is no.
And what's the basis for that opinion?
The use already exists, again, just a few blocks north. We're relocating the existing use, and again, it's on a standalone block.
Do you have an opinion as to whether the proximity of dwellings, churches, schools, public structures, and other places of public gathering will cause the proposed healthcare clinic at this location to have a greater impact than the inherent adverse impacts normally associated with a healthcare clinic in the C1 district?
Yes, I have an opinion. The opinion is no.
And what is the basis for that opinion?
Again, as stated before, it's the C1 Neighborhood Business District, and the uses are intended to serve the community. And in previous testimony, most of the users are from this zip code and adjacent zip codes. These are people in the community who also use these other dwellings, churches, schools, public structures, et cetera. They are community members.
And whether kind of the existing facility having been across from a church and not really having any issues, which has no bearing whatsoever from a case law or precedent perspective on whether we could do the use here, but it's somewhat indicative that there wouldn't be an issue here as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to whether accessibility of the premises for emergency vehicles will cause the proposed healthcare clinic at this location to have a greater impact than the inherent adverse effects normally associated with the healthcare clinic in the C1 district?
Yes, I have an opinion. The opinion is no.
What is the basis for that opinion?
There's emergency vehicle access for this site on 3 adjacent streets. All of the streets have ample space for emergency vehicles.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to whether the accessibility of light and air to the premises and to the property in the vicinity will cause the proposed healthcare clinic at this location to have a greater impact than the inherent adverse effects normally associated with the healthcare clinic in the C1 zone?
Yes, I have an opinion. The opinion is no.
What's the basis for that opinion?
Again, it's a standalone block. It's separate from other properties. So in terms of light and air to this property and to others, there are streets in the middle. We are putting on an addition. The height of the addition is permitted by the code.
Do you have an opinion as to whether the type and location of adequate facilities, access roads, drainage, and other necessary facilities that have been or will be provided will cause the proposed healthcare clinic at this location to have a greater impact than the inherent adverse effects normally associated with the healthcare clinic in the C1 zone?
Yes, I have an opinion. The opinion is no.
What's the basis for that opinion?
There is thorough existing utility infrastructure in place for the existing building. This can be an exhibit. This is just the city utility view.
Collins Exhibit 10.
It just shows all of the existing public utilities, water, sewer, storm drain, and underground conduit. What it doesn't show are the private utilities, which are gas and electric, but there are also private utilities that serve the site.
Okay, do you have an opinion as to whether the preservation of cultural and historic landmarks and structures will cause the proposed healthcare clinic at this location to have a greater impact than the inherent adverse effects normally associated with the healthcare clinic in the C1 district?
Yes, I have an opinion. The opinion is actually it's not really applicable to the site. This site is not in a CHAP district, which is where we usually look for cultural and historic landmarks. This site has not been designated by the planning department as a special historic district.
Thank you. Do you have an opinion as to whether the provisions of the city's comprehensive master plan will cause the proposed healthcare clinic at this location to have a greater impact than the inherent adverse effects normally associated with a healthcare clinic in the C1 zone?
Yes, I have an opinion. The opinion is no.
And is that because conditional use is permitted by right and the zoning follows the master plan?
Correct.
And it, by right, says a presumptively permissible use is in fact a healthcare clinic?
Correct.
Okay. Now, does it limit the size of the healthcare clinic somewhere in the regulations? Did the council give any instruction as to you can only have a healthcare clinic of such and such amount of square feet, that you can only treat X amount of patients? Does it say that anywhere in the zoning regulations or in the master plan?
So it would be addressed by the bulk regulations in the zoning code, as you entered into exhibits earlier. There is no maximum floor area ratio for this use on this site, which is what would traditionally limit it. There is a maximum height provision of 40 feet, which would limit the height of, and therefore the number of stories that this could be, and we are well within the maximum permitted height.
Well, certain uses have special regulations that are added to the zoning code that apply to them as some being different than other uses? And like the right margin, they do that. This one doesn't, though. Healthcare clinics do not?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to whether the provisions of any applicable urban renewal plan will cause the proposed healthcare clinic at this location to have a greater impact than the inherent adverse effects normally associated with the healthcare clinic in the C1 zone?
Yes, I have an opinion. My opinion is that, again, it is not applicable. This site is not in an urban renewal plan.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to whether the applicable standards and requirements of this code will cause the proposed healthcare clinic at this location to have a greater impact than the inherent adverse effects normally associated with the healthcare clinic in the C1 zone?
Yes, I have an opinion. Again, the opinion is no. The basis being that it is an existing building that is being reused with a partial addition to the building footprint. It is a conditional use, and the existing facility is just a few blocks away to the north.
Do you have an opinion as to whether the intent and purpose of this code will cause the proposed healthcare clinic at this location to have a greater impact than the inherent adverse effects normally associated with the healthcare clinic in the C1 district?
Yes, I have an opinion. The opinion is no, because the healthcare clinic is a conditional use in the C1 district.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to whether any other matters considered to be in the interest of the general welfare will cause the proposed healthcare clinic at this location to have a greater impact than the inherent adverse effects normally associated with the healthcare clinic in the C1 zone?
Yes, I have an opinion. The opinion is no. This healthcare clinic is serving the needs of people living in the surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay. Insofar as the variance relief, is it your understanding that the proposed second-story addition is what planning necessitates the front or the less than what you are more than you're providing more of they want you to have a minimum setback, which is 0, and you're providing a setback, so you have to get a variance to not provide a 0-foot setback. Is that correct?
They want a setback of either none or 5 feet maximum, and we are providing more than 5 feet of the front yard.
Which is kind of counterintuitive, correct?
Yeah, I mean, my real opinion is that I understand the intention of the zoning code is that you're activating the street corridor. In a case like this with an existing building, it doesn't make sense to apply that standard to a second floor addition. It would cause a hardship of having to, cantilever the second level or put, column supports under it, which I don't think is the intention of the zoning code. So given that the street is only activated as far as the existing building hits it, I believe that the intention of the zoning code is that the second level of the building is not needed to activate the street more than the first level.
So what you're saying is essentially they have to put a column in the ground and move it closer to the street to get away from not having to get this variance?
Right.
Okay, just making sure I understood. And is it your opinion that because of the particular physical surrounding shape or topographical conditions of the specific structure or land involved and unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty as distinguished from a mere inconvenience would result if the strict letter of the applicable requirements were carried out?
Yes, and in so much as I just said, of the second story would need to be somehow structurally supported to meet the property line where the existing building does not.
Okay, and do you think the conditions on which this application is based are unique to the property for which the variance is sought and not generally applicable to other property within the same zoning classification?
Yes. First of all, it is an existing building, and the addition to the existing building is required to comply with the requirements. It also should be noted that the lot is, once the lots are consolidated, it is an odd-shaped lot, being almost triangular with frontage on 3 streets. And it's an odd-shaped building right now as it fits within this odd-shaped lot.
Okay. And you didn't cause the undue hardship or practical difficulty. It's an existing structure, and the code now requires this unusual structure on this unusual lot to comply with the regulations, right?
Correct. The code would require any additions or modifications to the unusual structure on the unusual lot to comply with regulations.
Okay. And the purpose of the variance is not based exclusively on a desire to increase the value or potential income for the property?
Correct.
Okay.
It's needed to provide space for the operations. It should be noted that we actually first looked at the building without an addition, and when the architect put together the floor plans, they realized that there wasn't enough space to serve the use. So again, at an additional expense to Menmark, they are adding an addition, and they're adding a second floor to provide space for the operations of the program.
Okay. And the variance won't be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity?
Correct.
Okay. Will it not substantially diminish or impair property values in the neighborhood?
Not that I am aware of.
Okay.
Based on what?
I'm not an expert in it, so I cannot make an opinion that I'm aware or not aware of property values.
Well, it's about the variance. I think this is not a matter of like the use per se. They're asking about the variance. So by putting a second story on it, will that diminish property value? And I guess if you can't opine about it, you can't opine about it. But
Not in my experience.
second stories don't change things. Okay. The variance is the variance in harmony with the purpose and intent of the code?
Yes.
Okay. And it's not precluded by any urban renewal plan, master plan, or CHAP district?
No, it is not precluded by any of those things. And sorry, just to back up, the variance does allow for the continuance of the green spaces that exist in front, which is definitely a goal of the city, is to maintain green spaces in the city.
Okay. And the variance will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare?
It will not.
And it won't be contrary to the public interest?
Correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Okay.
I have a
No.
question. What's the zoning of the Seton Hill neighborhood?
The Seton Hill neighborhood, do you have the zoning map exhibit?
All right, thank you. I think you said that the proposed facility would have no more detrimental effect on Seton Hill than the existing facility, and that's based on what?
It's based on the understanding, if we're talking about like people coming and going, if it was a traffic-related question, that it's the same population, that if they're coming on public transportation, they're coming to the area by bus or by train or by metro. Anyway, they're walking a block in one direction versus a block in the other direction. I don't think that's going to have a dramatic change on the impacts to the neighborhood.
But there are no residences at the existing location, are there?
There's one resident who lives in the church.
Paul. Or whoever, James. Yeah, okay.
Quick question in response to that. As far as the standard for a conditional use, it has to do with similar neighborhood and the zoning. I see that is there not a number of C1 zone property that loops around this whole residential neighborhood? So would this property be any different than, say, a property here, 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 or anywhere else in kind of the larger scope of around the city as far as the C1 district that allows this use by conditional use?
It would not be different.
But it would be different than the H zone, correct?
Yes, it would be different than the H zone.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Torre, I'd like you to clear up this 1,100 versus 1,500, if you would, please.
Talk to my client. I'm going to call back Mr. Brian Krebs to answer your question. Mr. Krebs, did you understand the question that was asked?
I did.
And you understand the traffic study. Do you want to look at the traffic study, or?
I've seen it. So the difference in the numbers, when we include numbers of daily dosers, that's where I'm talking about people that come every day, that's roughly the 1,100. The difference that you're seeing are people that have earned take-homes, people that are enrolled in the program that may not necessarily come. So people in nursing facilities, skilled nursing facilities, may be admitted to the hospital for a period of time, could be admitted to central booking. They all stay legally on the program, which is where you're getting that number. So the 1,100 are the people that show up to me every day.
Well, the traffic study, and I'm not going to be argue with you, but the traffic study says the review includes expected increases in vehicular and pedestrian trips based on the planned expansion.
So that we included the overall number of enrollment. When we were asked for the numbers, I gave the number that was overall enrollment.
Okay.
So what's the overall enrollment where you are now?
The overall enrollment's the 13 and change. And the difference is people that get their take-homes and don't come every day, and people that are in nursing facilities and, you know, potentially other places like that, that we then have to deliver the medication to them.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Thank you.
Thank you. Opposition?
Which mic?
No. Well, no.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Bar. My name is Nicholas Blendy, and I live at 504 Druid Hill Avenue, and I'm here representing the Seton Hill Neighborhood Association, of which I am the president. I guess I think it'd be easiest to, I think the board had some questions about the timeline of interaction between the appellant and the neighborhoods, so I'll just open with that. From our perspective, we have meetings that are on our website that are every even month is a general membership meeting. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. We received contact from MedMark right either the same day as or right thereafter our December 12th holiday general meeting, which is a holiday party. They did invite us to tour the Calvert Street facility, which is the Mount Vernon facility that has been referenced. I believe they have their downtown facility that's currently located 821 North Utah, and then they have another one on Calvert Street in the Mount Vernon neighborhood, and the vice president and myself did go on a tour. We spoke about it with the board. Our board members had significant questions that we couldn't answer, and we were asking and answering questions. So ultimately, when the holidays occurred as appellant conceded. When we got back from the beginning of January, we recognized the original date for this hearing was the 16th, I think, or the 15th of January, and there was not a general meeting. At that point in time, we submitted a letter in opposition that at minimum, we would like the appellant to come and address the general membership. They postponed to today, and we had informed them that our general meeting is today. It's always the second Tuesday of the even month, and I guess they had already posted or they chose. So in response, the board got together, decided it was urgent enough, and we didn't want to show up here and make it seem like we weren't trying to make an effort to meet with the appellant. So we actually called a special general meeting on the 5th, which was last Tuesday. And that is where the appellant came and addressed the approximately 25 or so people who attended the meeting, stayed for 2 hours, and we had answered many of the questions the community had and heard a lot of the community's concern. And as they noted, the one member of our community was vociferously supportive of that, but the rest of the 20 or so neighbors were somehow concerned, which then, knowing that we had to come here today, our board met on Sunday night at my house, and we discussed, based on our feedback from the special general meeting about the issue, spoke for about an hour, took a vote, and we now have a letter that we submitted today, gave a copy to the appellant, which supersedes any previous position because we've now met with them, and represents the official board position of Seton Hill Association, which is to pose for the following reasons. I think, appellant, are you okay with me drawing just sort of our own highlighted?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. just these two. We have, you have plenty of evidence already, and I'll just give the board ask to mark 1A and 1B for us. It's just a hyper-focused satellite shot and highlighted representation of the parcel in question, the incident properties. Appellant conceded in some of its testimony of the unique nature of this property, and it is very unique. It sits in the middle of a traffic island, as they described it. To the right are two BG&E to the northeast and the east are two parcels owned by BG&E, which provide power. To the sort of northwest of the parcel is the Arena Players, who I believe are here and can speak to their own opinion. And directly across McCullough Street, about 50 feet away, are two properties, which I think are 436 St. Mary and 443, who the clerk read his letter in opposition, Mr. Carpicolo. So this use is directly across from R8 residential district, within 50 feet, adjacent neighbor. What we think is unique, let me step back. We believe this will have a detrimental effect to the health, safety, and welfare of Seton Hill residents because of both specific challenges related to the site of the property, which is the traffic pattern. Now, appellant, we appreciate their traffic study, and this is the first time we've seen it, so obviously they do listen to neighborhood concerns. But I don't know if the board saw the new logo map that came out in one of the recent, I can't remember if I saw it on Facebook or not, but it had a series of crazy Baltimore intersections. This particular intersection was one of those intersections that was located as one of a uniquely challenging Baltimore City traffic pattern. As the board knows and is evident in the Seton Hill Master Plan, which was adopted by the Planning Commission in 2012, Seton Hill sits right at the epicenter of the northwest to southeast running traffic pattern grid and the north-south traffic pattern grid, and as such has unique challenges related to how vehicles, pedestrians, bicycles, and movement in and around the neighborhood for regions and for travel within the neighborhood. There are frequently accidents at this intersection, where St. Mary's, Paca, Druid Hill, and then up to where the incident property is, McCullough and Madison, including a very strange sort of bump to the right where it does flow. I think they testify, or one of the witnesses testified, that Madison Street only goes in one direction. At the intersection with Utah, it sort of goes in the other, and traffic flows in both directions for about.
There's a lot of accidents at this intersection?
I'm saying there's a lot of accidents at the surrounding the parcel because of the uniqueness of the traffic pattern.
Are there stop signs, stoplights?
There's a stoplight at Paca and Monument, and then there's a stoplight at Paca and Madison, and then there's a stoplight on Utah and Madison, but there's not a stoplight. You can make a left turn onto McCullough from Paca without encountering a stoplight.
Why do you think there's going to be more traffic? The testimony was that most of these people take public transportation or walk.
It's precisely the pedestrian traffic that we have concerns about in the neighborhood, because while appellant argued that folks are coming, they're substantially just one block in the other direction, the current facility is actually located about 4 blocks from the current site. And this proposal that they're moving is actually moving it farther away from the State Center metro system, farther away from the bus stops. Yes, they're there, but you do have to navigate this strange Paca-Madison.
Isn't that a bus stop right there, like right across from the street?
I'm sorry, which one?
Is there a bus stop right across the street in front of the BG&E? No? Where's the closest bus stop?
The east side of Utah and Madison, and then actually in front of the church, which is the west side of Madison and Utah.
In front of the current location?
Yes.
That's the closest bus stop?
Yes. Yeah. If I got it. So
We'll do one at a time in terms of.
I'll point it out. So it would be on the map we provided, that's the church, Mount Calvary Church, and the bus stop is right there. And then there's some bus stops on the east side of Utah as well for the northbound lines. So the unique nature of the property is problematic with the increase in pedestrian traffic. Appellant conceded that approximately, I think they said 80% of their patients take public transit or arrive otherwise, so that would leave 20% that come by private vehicle. They did say about 10% at our meeting, private vehicle, so somewhere between 110 and 200 people arrive in a vehicle, and the current location is directly adjacent to a parking garage. The parking garage that I presume that they would be offering use as for their employees is on the other. We acknowledge that C1 does not require any additional parking to be brought in.
What's the population of Seton Hill?
According to the Planning Commission's master plan and referenced in our letter dated today, the 2010 census was 1,249 people.
Is there any development going on around Seton Hill other than this proposed development?
Folks are rehabbing residential properties and commercial properties on Franklin Street.
Property problem in Seton Hill?
Not, actually, it's been improving greatly over the past few years.
I mean, what percentage of the properties would you say is vacant?
With a vacant building notice?
Or not?
None.
Okay. Like boarded up?
None.
None. Okay.
I mean, there's properties that are uninhabited, but they're not, you know, they're usable and occupiable. In fact, one of the most problematic properties is immaterial to this, but is on the west side of St. Mary's. It's a vacant lot, and a individual just rehabbed, I think I don't recall it, 546 St. Mary's, I think might be the address. They just turned it into 3 apartments. So they put substantial money into renovating the row house.
Where's the closest school?
It is across Martin Luther King, just outside of the photo. It's the historic Samuel L. Coleridge, I believe.
Closest church, the one you talked about before?
So Mount Calvary is the closest church to the property, and then in the middle of the park in the neighborhood is St. Mary's Spiritual Center and the Mother Seton House, which is sort of the historic core. That's to the south.
What is this right here? Is that park area?
I am not sure what that is. It's outside the boundaries of our neighborhood association. So, I don't know who owns that empty land. I think some of it's owned and used by the arena players, but they'd be better able to speak to the use of their own property. So we're making the case that the uniqueness of the site provides specific challenges that moving a healthcare facility onto would be detrimental to the residential neighborhood, or the R8 residents of Seton Hill, who I primarily represent today. Additionally, I do want to step back. Nothing in the letter we wrote today references the types of services their proposed healthcare clinic provides. We believe, as a neighborhood with 1,249 residents as of the 2010 census, that 1,100 people coming for treatment at any healthcare facility every day, including standing up outside at 5:30 in the morning with 60 to 80 people, I think is what was stated, would provide, that business model provides a unique detrimental effect that is the type of consideration that the fact finder should look at here. In fact, if it was a dental clinic with 1,100 people being treated a day, same issues would be raised by the neighborhood. It's the intensity of the use, bringing pedestrians, vehicular traffic, and just, patients attending any healthcare facility. Please, I'll be referencing the letter. Please look through it and correct me if I'm wrong. Additionally, the 2012 Seton Hill Master Plan specifically looked at the traffic nature flow of this particular parcel of property and those south of it. It acknowledged in the Planning Commission's own master plan the challenges that are faced by this site as a developable it recommended actually closing it and creating more usable land, which is immaterial again to the current.
Talk about pedestrian traffic in that study?
It talks about vehicular traffic. Yeah, there's a traffic study in the Planning Commission's master plan.
Is one of the concerns that it raises pedestrian traffic, like if they were to develop it?
No, one of the concerns in the master plan was describing the unique challenges of pedestrians safely crossing the street onto this parcel because of the strange vehicular flow. So, let's see. Additionally, you can hear from the residents. They can speak to their own facts and beliefs as to how moving a healthcare facility onto the property would detrimentally impact their property values, their use and enjoyment, and their health, safety, and welfare, most importantly. Lastly, as it comes to the comprehensive Transform Baltimore, the current zoning code, and both that and the master plan, prior to Transform Baltimore, hospital was a use. There was no hospital campus district. Presumably, the mayor and city council, when making legislative findings, recognized the types of intensity of the types of uses that great internationally and statewide known hospitals in Baltimore City, like Johns Hopkins, University of Maryland Midtown. I think I called it Maryland General in the letter. I apologize. Got the rebranding wrong. Or down at Shock Trauma campus. That's a very, very intense use. By appellant's own testimony, they've outgrown their space. So if they're looking at this parcel because it's C1 and does require, it is a permitted use unless you got the board fact finder finds conditions that adversely and uniquely detrimentally apply here. It just strikes us that if C1 says that it's primarily a commercial use intended to serve the immediate neighborhood, Seton Hills, 1,249 residents, we're good on all healthcare facilities. We have no need for it. And we're fortunate that we are directly located next to the Maryland General campus with every type of healthcare facility we could imagine, including their facilities at their current location and two other facilities that are engaged in the same specific type of medical care. 10201B also talks about proper scale of commercial use. Again, I think I made the dentist's analogy. I mean, if 90% of their business, or their daily treatment would serve 90% of our residents. And I do want to just take a step back and think they referenced the zip codes, and they talked about I have an email, and it's what he testified to, 714 of the 1,100 patients being from 21201 and the surrounding zip codes. Well, the surrounding zip codes are 21202, 21223, 21217, 21218, and 21230, which goes all the way to the county line and includes Cherry Hill. So we're talking way out up towards Druid Hill Park, way over to the east side, including Waverly. Waverly's included in one of those zip codes. So it's we have a very different conception of immediate need of the neighborhood, if that's what they view the neighborhood as. With that said, Seton Hill residents, I don't think, are unreasonable. They've been our neighbor for, as he testified to, I think since the 90s. So they've been located on the Maryland General campus. That's exactly the type of zoning. Oh, I missed that. So when they enacted the zoning code, they chose to draw a hospital campus district, which includes the current property where they're located, to do 1,100 treatments a day. That's the type of scale of use that Seton Hill residents believe belongs on a hospital campus. If they're moving to a lower use intensity, it just strikes us as a bit illogical, and also I think it tantamount, to rezoning this particular parcel hospital campus. And that's not this board's job, that's the mayor and city council's job. And they chose not to do that. When they rezoned Seton Hill, they added more residential. They reduced commercial uses, and they did leave. I think this went from B22 to C1. Let's see, traffic pattern. So, in our letter dated today, we propose alternate findings of fact. Clearly, that's this board's job. We would ask you to note that the unique challenges of this parcel vis-a-vis the increased traffic, the intensity of the use, again, whether dentist, outpatient, any other type of healthcare facility, you're effectively doubling the population of Seton Hill every day at its north end with people hanging out outside. And if the appellant was being, I guess, if they had our vision of what immediate use of the community is, for example, their facility on Calvert Street serves 360 people a day. It's what they told us at the meeting. You can check with them. It's up to them. Mount Vernon Belvedere, by its own website, has 10,500 residents, and they have a facility located in its neighborhood serves 360. That type of ratio applied to Seton Hill's 1,249 residents would more or less result in, 50 people per day, maybe up close to 100. Math on the fly, not necessarily correct, but if that was the proposed use of the facility, then notwithstanding the fact that there's already plenty of healthcare facilities located at the immediately adjacent neighborhood of the Maryland General Hospital zoning hospital campus, that's at least within the realm of, okay, we're being honest about what is the immediate use of the neighborhood as far as what a C1 is. As far as types of other use, I understand comprehensively the zoning code is trying to find harmony, and you have a difficult job trying, as these C1s sit between hospital districts and other residential zones. If there was a medical device storage facility there, that seems to be sort of the kind of type of use that maybe would fit within C1 and serve an ancillary benefit to the hospital campus, while also being kind of a transitioning lower intensity use of the C1 site that maybe better fit the needs of the R8 residents. But with that said, we would ask the board to note that the unique nature of this property does provide detrimental effects based on the proposed use, not because of the type of use they do, but because of the intensity it is. And also that it is disharmonious with the intent of the zoning code because you're effectively intensifying a use by moving down a zone, by moving from hospital campus to C1. So that said, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
I have a few questions.
Okay. Can we make it a few, given the hour?
Thank you. As far as your concern for pedestrians, it sounds like your particular concern are for the pedestrians who are patients of this facility and less so for the pedestrians in your community, correct?
Vehicle, yes. Pedestrian, yes.
Have you, on a personal level, ever complained to DOT that they need to do something to improve this pedestrian issue?
Back on my time when I worked in City Hall, I did, but not since. And if, by way of comparison, they never even notified us about the bike path. That's just DOT.
You had mentioned that the master plan or some area plan or something mentions closing it for a park. Would you guys, have you contacted anybody in the city to say we shouldn't do that because we don't want people to cross the street?
No, so what I was referencing was effectively the 2012 master plan for Seton Hill recommends closing to vehicular traffic the west side of PACA all the way to St. Mary's and then up and including this area and making it all pedestrian friendly, based on the fact that this is a known dangerous intersection crossing between.
I'm going to mark the bylaws of the Seton Hill Association as Collins Exhibit 11 and reference you to, I think it's number 5, which talks about your meetings.
Sure.
Your meeting was held on the February 10th, I think you said Sunday night, is that correct? That you had a special meeting to vote?
The board.
The board did, yes, sorry. The board did, per the bylaws of the board of the association. And in that, you needed a majority, and you guys made a vote then. Was this letter that's dated February 12th actually written and voted on at that point, or did somebody write that after the fact, if you know?
It was substantially written.
It was substantially written at that
Yes.
point when you got to the vote?
It hadn't been proofread yet.
Okay, that's and Mr. Bundy, where do you work, if, like, just for the?
In the Baltimore County Office of Law.
Okay, in the Office of Law, and what do you do for the county?
I'm an assistant county attorney.
Okay, and do you work on any particular projects for the county or special area, or?
So I've been doing government affairs for the past 6 years of my career, and I did legislative work up until the end of the Kamenetz-Moeller administrations, and now I work for the county attorney in a role that is being defined under the Olszewski administration.
Was it voted on by the board or the association about the intensity being a particular legal interpretation, or is that kind of an element? It seems like your association's letter is written more of in a legal brief kind of capacity, and a lot of arguments in there as opposed to particular issues you'd like to see addressed.
I think there's a findings of fact and there was an argument.
But like the intensity of, you're reading language into the legislative intent with respect to you here are talking about you're allowed to do a healthcare clinic, but they didn't mean this big of one here. The zoning doesn't do this. Is that really?
Well, I think that's the type of thing that the finder of fact looks, I mean, they have to follow the law, I agree with you. But I think it's a fact-based issue because I think the board is finding facts, as is their job.
Clarify for the record. Thank
Sure.
you. That's all I have.
Thank you very
When
much.
was the master plan approved?
February, it was 2012. I think it was February. I think it was drafted in January. Hasn't been repealed.
Thank you.
All right, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Anybody else from the opposition want to provide testimony?
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Tucker. I am employed as a principal planner for Arlington County, Virginia, but I live at 445 Orchard Street, which is approximately 100 feet from the subject site. I want to talk about two things, the staff report and then the community meeting that we had with the appellant. In the staff report, there's reference to the comprehensive plan or comprehensive planning, but there's no reference or review of the adopted master plan for Seton Hill. In that plan, has been mentioned already, there are options for closing off streets. There are options for infill residential development and mixed-use development, also incorporating arena players as well in this weird triangle of space, which again, staff has not referenced and brought to your attention. So I'm a little concerned about that. The staff report in where they're talking about comprehensive planning, they're also mentioning community concerns, and their mitigation suggestion is planting trees and outdoor smoking areas. What are the concerns of the community, and how do those mitigation strategies address those? I'm not sure that they've really put those two together. So at this meeting, this matter was deferred last month to allow time for the community to meet with the appellant. That meeting occurred. It would seem to me, again, I'm a planner, I've worked as a planner for over 25 years, that someone from staff would attend that meeting to understand what those issues are. They have half a sentence that says that there are community concerns, and they don't bring that information forward to you.
Mr. Tucker, that's the purpose of this hearing. The staff report from the planning department, which is what you're referring to, the planning department gives a report and recommendation. The board is not bound by that report. It's just one of many reports,
Okay.
including letters that we receive from the community. So if you can direct your testimony to any impacts on the community and suggestions that you might have,
Yes,
either
that's
to
my next
mitigate
point.
those impacts.
That's my next point, which, again, if there are mitigation strategies, again, my suggestion is that someone from staff bring that forward. I shouldn't necessarily have to bring that forward. I certainly have suggestions, others do as well, but I think that's incumbent upon staff. At least that's been my experience in how we do things. I've worked in Texas, Virginia, Washington, D.C. for over 25 years. So anyway, community meeting was had. The appellant's representative, Mr. Krebs, within 5 minutes says, at their current location, they have problems with loitering, trash, and unwelcome visitors, people who come to their site trying to sell or buy, whatever the case may be. They have those problems now. He says he personally goes outside several times a day to shoot people along. They go out to the bus stops to shoot people along. So my question is, and this is within their site, so my question is, when they shoo the people off of this subject site, if they were to move, where are they going to? They're going down the block, around the corner, in front of my house, where they can't be seen. There's a vacant lot behind my house. There's a vacant property on my street. There's vacant properties behind me. They're going to go somewhere else and do what they do. and they're going to shoo them out of eyesight. But then where do they go? The applicant, the appellant suggested at their meeting that they have agreed in the past with neighborhoods and had these agreements where they agree to do A, B, C, and D to mitigate their impact. They suggested that they go out and pick out trash, that they would take their armed security and patrol a certain area in our neighborhood. Now, there's no record of that. There's nothing in writing. There's no agreement. My suggestion is, and based on the light approach that staff took in informing you, that you take no action until you see what the evidence is of such an agreement.
Can I just quickly make
No, let's, one at a time. Objections noted.
They volunteered to pick up trash. They said they patrol within, I would say, a 2-block area, including the neighboring park. They said that they would have an off-site parking agreement for their staff. I suggest that they meet with the Civic Association or the Neighborhood Association on a regular basis to kind of talk these things through. I think those things need to be in evidence if this use is to be brought forward on this site. In addition, what has come to light today, which we didn't know the other night, which is that there's going to be 60 to 80 people standing outside this building at 5:30 in the morning. Why is that? Why can't they modify their hours so that there's no one standing outside? They may not receive services until 5:30, but why are they standing outside and there's residences directly across the street? There's people that live right across the street looking out the window of these people standing, 50 or 80 people. How does that make sense? So those are my suggestions. You're going to leave us out on a limb if you don't do anything to secure our neighborhood. This is an intense use, has been said. There are going to be many people, and they've said they've got people who are working and they come in and receive their service and they go. And they said there are others that are, they got nowhere to go, nothing to do. And if this moves right across the street from a residence within 100 feet of my house, these people are just going to be milling about. We talked about, you guys were asking about routes to buses. There's a bus line, east-west bus line that runs on Druid Hill. What's the closest route to get there? Past my house. Where's, so there's going to be trash, there's going to be loitering, and at this point, we don't know how anybody's going to deal with that. So I urge you to consider that.
I'll refrain from any questions.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Donald Owens, Artistic Director of Arena Players, the oldest continuously operating African-American theater, as a matter of fact. And this is David Mitchell.
I'm David Mitchell, Managing Director for Arena Players.
And
we have one more.
Yes, and our Chairman of the Board.
Larry Young.
Yes. One is that, yes, we have. One is that I hear a great deal of talk about involving the community. We have yet to have a meeting with these people over here, Medmark. Their meeting set with us for tomorrow, because when we were here at the last hearing, this was all set. We did not realize they were coming in the day before. My question then is, what is it that they are hoping to gain by this besides your approval without involving us, as we are part of this illustrious community they keep talking about? I'm concerned about that. I'm also concerned about the fact that I did explain when we were here the last time at the hearing, when we were all meeting out front talking, and my concern is based on several things. One, we are part of the Bromo Seltzer Entertainment.
Arts and Entertainment.
Arts and Entertainment. We have audiences coming to our shows. We have evening shows, we have matinees. Two, we have one of the largest growing youth theaters in the country, with our alumni on Broadway and Hollywood and every place now. They start there at 4.5. In the summer, we meet all day long with the young people. The rest of the season, we only meet 1 or 2 days with them. It is not all day long with them, granted, But their parents are concerned when they drop their little children off that their children are safe. Why do I say this? I explained to the gentleman that I live on Calvert and Chase, which is Mount Vernon. I walk from there over to Arena Players, 801 McCullough Street. And when I walk through in the morning, I go through this whole mass of people out there from their program who, among other things, are trying to sell me stuff. The youth in the summer have the same problem. And then they go home and tell their parents. This is not what we do at Arena Players. This is coming from something else. And so we're concerned about not only our position there, we're also concerned about the young and older people there, because senior citizens tend not to come out in areas like that. And they're part of our community who we try to serve. We also have community meetings there. This is a disruption that is not necessary there. If you look at where they are and where we are, just across the street. Just across the street. So close, as a matter of fact, that even where they are now, we sometimes incidents where we have to go in the back of our building and ask people, if you please move and take your drugs with you. And we saw them walking across. So it's a safety concern, it's a health concern, it's an environmental concern. And it is affecting us. And once again, we are part of this community, and our discussion, they want the day after a decision. I understand they told at Mount Vernon that they were going to use our parking lot. That is not anything that has been discussed. And no, it cannot be discussed, because if we have programs in the daytime, anything, our people need those parking lots. That's part of how they feel safe. And it's also part of where they will be able to park, because most people that park in the streets there in the daytimes are like people at the state office building and so forth. So our people don't have that small space to park in. So I would ask you to really consider that.
I'm not going to add much more, but I just wanted to reinforce that what we're dealing with on the side of our, again, my name is David Mitchell, what we're really dealing with on the side of our building, that is Orchard Street between Madison Ave and West Madison Street. I think you have an aerial view of what's happened of the neighborhood. What we're dealing with is an open drug market. And so what happens is that when these folks come out of their treatment from the various different programs that are at the hospital at their current location, they venture down Orchard Street. And what happens is that they hang out there, they hang out on that bus stop that we talked about earlier for hours. And despite MedMark's actions of trying to move the individuals that are associated with their program, you can imagine the folks coming out of their program and the other programs is compounded, right? And so all these folks are hanging out, they're doing drug dealing, they're defecating behind our building, they're hanging out and they're sleeping behind our building, there's public intoxication consistently from one day to the next. It's a lot to contend with when you're trying to do arts and cultural programming. Right? So now we're talking about moving from their current location right in front of our front door. And again, Mr. Owens mentioned the younger, the 4 or the 5-year-olds, the toddlers that come to our program. And we have teenagers who have the permission during the day to leave and venture out for lunch and come back. Well, they have to make their way through all this public intoxication. That is a major issue and concern for us. The island that we're talking about, this isolated location that they're talking about, quite frankly, it's horrible. I don't even know why they would want to choose that location, given the expense that they have to put into it and the traffic pattern, the ugly traffic pattern that exists around it. So, you know, one of my recommendations is that the Office of Planning actually do another comprehensive study of the area, not only around this building, but, you know, in the neighborhood, because we are dealing with every week we see a car turn off of MLK and go down McCullough Street in the wrong direction, right? There are several accidents that happen. There are blind spots when this area where West Madison reaches McCullough Street and there's a merge. There are blind spots on both sides. You should watch the people try and negotiate to get out into the intersection, to get across MLK. And they don't have much time to do that because there's a traffic light right there on MLK, right? So time and time again, we see challenges there. In the summertime, all of this increases significantly because everybody's outside, right? And so we have the squeegee guys on our corner causing havoc. And it's only going to be compounded by all of these individuals that usually are behind our building, but now will be in front of our building. Really, we're being couched from both sides. So I wanted to make those points. We think, quite honestly, that people need treatment, right? So the program that they have is necessary. The location is not ideal.
I have a few questions,
Yeah.
and I'm not sure who I should direct them to.
Sure.
How many people do you serve?
So Donald can speak more to that programmatically. He's the artistic director.
I'm just looking for like an estimate of the total number of population that you
Right.
serve. I'd like to know the age range.
Okay. Well, I guess I can speak to that. So we have a 300-seat theater, right? And we do 8 to 10 shows a year. We have adult programming and we have youth programming. So really, on an average month-to-month basis, we're looking at 2,500 to 3,000 people with all of our programs combined.
Wow.
Yeah. So there's a lot of traffic that comes through our
Is that building owned
by Arena Players.
Owned
Yeah.
by Arena. We're in our 65th uninterrupted
Yeah.
season.
Wow. And so on the back side of you is the drug market and the squeegee.
On the side of the building. So majority on Orchard Street, right on the side. The 2 lots in back of us are owned by A&R Development, who we, yeah, you know them. So we're in constant communication, right? Yeah.
And we have a parking lot right behind our building. That's okay, and we need
Talk
that.
about kids and seniors. Are there programs, like educational programs that you're running during the
Yes.
day?
Mhm.
Okay.
Well,
How often
we
are
don't have
those?
it every day. I know what you're talking.
During the summer.
During the summer we do. During the fall we used to have the AKA programs, and we don't have it this season.
Have
But we're
you had
looking to
issues
work
with
it out
crime
together.
happening to the people coming to the theater?
All the time. So that Orchard Street, that open drug market I just referred to, cars are broken into regularly. We have to tell all of the participants in our programs to not park on Orchard Street because of that activity, but also because it's unattended as far as adequate lighting, and the sidewalks are uprooted on that street as well. So our patrons, which are, a great majority of them are 60 plus, have to navigate through the darkness over the torn up sidewalks in order to get to the front of our building to the main entrance.
Is it your testimony today that you think that the drug market is encouraged by the current location?
Absolutely. They float from the bus stop down to, so what happens, and I've witnessed this because
I've walked right
I've taken
through it.
pictures of it.
Yes, he's taking pictures of it.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. Yes, I've taken pictures of it.
It's okay, while we're answering questions, it seemed that Medmark told us that to address parking, that they were gonna look to you guys for parking and then somehow pay you for it.
Quite
And
honestly,
you're
yeah.
telling us you've never had a conversation with them.
Can I speak? Thanks. So the first first time they reached out was through Facebook Messenger, and that was the question. Can we talk about use of your parking lot in that scenario, either paying for it or repaving it for us so that they could let their employees have a place to park? That was the first time we had heard of Medmark. We didn't know anything about all of this until one of the representatives from the Seton Hill community community association came over and told us all that was going on, and then it was reinforced by our board chair who received a communication from somewhere about these hearings that were about to happen. And so, we didn't respond immediately to the request for parking because we were still trying to figure out what was going on. And then next thing you know, we're right on top of the first hearing date, and we have to be an active part of the conversation. After that, like Donald said, after that first hearing date, they did reach out again to us through normal means of, well, what I consider normal means of communications, through email, and to try and set up a date for a conversation with the staff and our board. And we landed on the 13th, which is tomorrow. We didn't learn until after we set that date that they were actually going to be pursuing this again on the 12th. That is use and occupancy.
Thank you.
Yeah. So.
My name is Larry Young. I am the chairman of the board of Arena Players. As has been stated, this is our 65th season. I also noted that the gentleman made a statement about how many years they have been around. Well, we were there 30 years before they thought about what they wanted to do. We've been there for 65 seasons. Now, the concern that Donald expressed is the major concern of our board. We have the fantastic youth theater there. It is absolutely acclaimed, and we have anywhere between 100 and 150 young folks, particularly between June, July, and August, ending just before Labor Day. And these young folks deserve to be given clearance and opportunity not to have the interference that this program would bring to our community. Also, we want to be sure that Arena Players has had to wait. When other communities were able to see the Hippodrome taken care of and everyone's place and you name it, finally, we have seen this administration and the administration down in Annapolis look at Arena Players and say, guess what? After 20 years, we want to do what we can to rehab you. And so we're in the process of having a $500,000 bond bill issue built by the governor and the legislature. We have a commitment from the present administration to look at the 4 major black Reggie Lewis Museum, the Great Blacks in Wax, UB Blake, and Arena Players. We are trying our very best to get back into the strength that we want. We need some help. And so we found out that we were let out of the State Center project at the time when administration and the present people had a discussion. We see ourselves as being totally rehabbed, and some major renovations are going to happen. And the last thing we need in our community is to have this facility come and mess up the master plan of what we want to see happen for the Arena Players. I'm not going to just dwell on the young folks, but that's really the biggest concern. As a board member, when I was sitting there and I heard about what they wanted to do, the first thing I thought about was these young folks. I have been a champion in this state on different health issues. I chaired the health committee for 20 of my 23 years in the legislature. And so I understand the health concern, but I am not going to stand by and allow folks to mess with the minds and the images and the concern of our young people in our city. And that's the major objection that I had as a board member. And by the way, I live at Chesapeake Commons, which is in blocks of this facility. So I don't know you do. I live as the chairman of the board, but I live in the immediate community for which is a problem. And I thank you for your patience. And I got to say that I never had members sit through as long as y'all have without moving.
Well,
Any
thank
questions?
you. Any questions from the board? No, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Just a quick question, I don't know who to ask it of, but I'm just trying to understand, is it the fact that you're putting a healthcare clinic here altogether, or is it this particular one? If it's this particular one, what about this particular one are you objecting to?
Right now, we can only object to what's being presented,
Okay,
and that's what we're objecting to.
okay, but you're objecting to it where it's located, or something specific
Well,
about
we were
it?
very clear. We were very clear. I think we were clear where it is located, why we worry about it, the youth and the seniors. Also because we are a place where community meetings are held. Okay, we're a place where they do the big Santa Claus thing. All these things we do. And that is part of what is the basis for this concern.
And to that end, we do have daytime programming. I think that was one thing that
Yeah.
was being factored into your reason, your rationale, but we do have daytime programming.
Sure, I think that was factored into their questions about maybe parking would be a good idea. And
So the parking lot, the problem with the parking lot, and I will be very honest with this, our people need to use and be able to get on the parking lot. the people who come to Arena Players need to be able to get on the parking lot. And the thing with that is, if suddenly, like Saturday, we had a matinee, we don't always do matinees on Saturday, 310 people, we only sit 300, okay? Those people, that parking lot was like jam-packed. If we had to go over to you and ask your group to please move your vehicles because we have something, that creates a serious issue.
I think you're clear on the parking.
I'm clear on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just finishing up on that, as far as the people that go, there's everybody that comes to your facility actually drive there, or do people actually walk there? I think I heard there's some kids.
People walk, people drive.
And they cross the street over here?
They
where
cross the
pedestrians are
street.
Carol?
And even when they park, they cross the street, because some of them have to park here. And you have to watch them. They are not always very mobile. Some of them get out the car.
Has anybody been killed or injured crossing the street?
No. If they know.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
I'll try and be very brief, thank you. My name is
Thank you.
Karen French. I'm a more than 20-year resident of Seton Hill. I have been every member of the board at some point with Seton Hill Association, and I've headed up the Friends of the St. Mary's Park group for a long time and helped raise and improve the park greatly. We already are affected by the current clinic where it is. I know they say lots of the people that we have problems with are not directly from their clinic, but we do feel that they come to the area because of their clinic. And so we already have the impact that Arena Players talked about. They come into our park. We worked incredibly hard to do some of the improvements in our park and get some nice new benches in there. This year we actually had to ask Brecon Parks to remove 2 of the benches because there was such a problem with the drug addiction and the drug activity there. We've had people overdosing in the park. We've had a huge problem. And some of my long-term neighbors said that if this happens here, they're moving. They've actually absolutely had it if this clinic happens into the neighborhood. So I ask you to really consider. We've worked very hard. We've managed to get our neighborhood to be part of the Live Baltimore program, to really work with healthy neighborhoods to do improvements. And we feel that this would really help create a bigger issue. And the fact that you said, have we seen anyone killed driving around this area? You just had to be trying to walk or drive in that traffic area to see that when you have 2 lines merging and then crossing to go MLK opposite ways, what a chaotic situation that is. And I cannot imagine hundreds of people trying to walk and cross that road. It's crazy enough with cars, but add in all those pedestrians. I can't imagine what it would do. So I really ask you to ask for a new traffic study or something if this is really going to proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is the proposed location of the new facility closer to the park?
It is closer to the park. And in my years, I've spent so many hours going to things like strategic neighborhood action plan meetings, master plan meetings, and it feels like a lot of that was just waste of time if a lot of what we worked towards and planned and thought was there in the zoning ends up not happening, and things like this will totally change the neighborhood. Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Susan Findlay, and I am a resident.
Somebody bend that down, please.
Okay, I'm a resident of Seton Hill. I am vehemently opposed to MedMarks coming to the area. I had a doctor's appointment one day in the building with their facility, and I had the misfortune of seeing basically a riot because obviously the clients were not getting quickly enough what they wanted. And it was just a bad experience. And I don't think it was fair that people who come to a doctor have to be exposed to that. And you know, obviously they didn't plan it. The way their facility is now, they can't control the people. Okay, now, I know a lot has been said about the neighborhood can't absorb 1,200 to 1,400 people in that area. That area is not technically Seton Hill, but it's a sidewalk, a street away from Seton Hill. So effectively, for me to leave my street, if I go straight out St. Mary, I'm gonna hit their building. So it's in my community. Now, I'm not really moved by Medmark's desire to make a profit dispensing opiates. I'm not concerned about somebody's desire to make money by renovating a building. Or by somebody saying, oh, we looked at this, we looked at that. I've lived in the community, I know the community. I know the community can't support that facility. Concerning cameras that you're going to put in, or lights, or somebody has somebody's telephone number, all those things have to be monitored. And what we know from experience living in Baltimore and seeing all the opiate facilities all over the place, they can't be controlled. People are going to loiter. The park, beautiful park, is a half a block away. And what are people going to do but go and sit wherever they can? So I don't think that Medmark can actually monitor. We already have a problem with the park, and nobody seems able to address it as it is. You know, you just see activity, activity, activity. Beautiful park, really, you have to cross your fingers when you go in. If you just want to sit in the park, then you got to be exposed to a lot of stuff you don't want to be exposed to. Lastly, to the city. I don't know how the city feels about Medmark coming in, but what I do understand is that the city doesn't have a comprehensive plan to deal with the drug epidemic in Baltimore. Putting a facility here or there, it doesn't solve any problem. And then in terms of their clients, I heard today that their clients generally come to that facility for 90 days. So the 1,400 people who come every day today are not going to be the 1,400 people that come in 2 years when they're ready. It's going to be a constant changeover of people. So if those people from the various zip codes don't get to come to that facility, which the neighborhood can't accommodate, then they need to go elsewhere. Because where was I? I'm sorry. Yeah, so I don't think it's going to affect the clients that they have, because they're always changing. And if you're changing every 3 months, go someplace else. It's not that big a inconvenience. Maybe some people will be inconvenienced for 2 months, but we're going to be inconvenienced forever, for as long as they're there. And a community with about 75 houses and 1,200 people cannot accommodate 1,200 to 1,400 people who are addicted to opiates. And that's basically what I have to say. I don't see how it could be conceivably be thought to work. It's a small community. Our property taxes are going up. You want to say, oh, it's a nice community. And then then this comes in. Then that just kills everything. Everybody has said they've worked so hard to get it to where it is, trying to deal with the activity that's there now, now we're going to deal with more activity. I don't think it's fair at all. So that's really what I have to say.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We have, I see a fair amount of people that may want to testify. We have heard the arguments, and we don't need to hear the same arguments again. We get it if we've heard it once, so we would ask if there's something new you have to say, that would be great.
All right, we'll see if we can say something new. I think your opinions are going to be colored by whether or not you live in this city. If you live in this city...
State your name, please.
Pardon me?
State your name.
Oh, I thought it was Alden Hanson is my name. I live at 609 North Paca. I live directly across the park and watch the drug dealing every day.
Sir,
But
not to interrupt you, but we all live in the city. Every single person up on this dais. So you
Ray.
Can, yeah, so you can move on from that.
No, I appreciate that very much. No, it gives me confidence then. There are a couple of questions that I think you folks need to ask. Number one, we have a policeman officers come to our meetings, and it's pretty clearly known that we live in a drug dealing area. And a lot of the drugs come down the street and get sold in the park. You've heard this. I hope you're convinced that this, in fact, is the truth. That's the first thing. The second question I think you'd want to ask is, why does the hospital want to get rid of these people when, in fact, they're building a brand new building directly across the street? What is it that's going on politically, economically, that these people aren't, in fact, first in line to acquire some of this space in that new structure that's being constructed right now? And I think you need to think about why that's happening. Any questions?
Questions from the board? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good
Ladies and
afternoon.
gentlemen. I wanted to add a few things that weren't.
State your name, please.
Oh, Dawn McCleary. I live at 711 Druid Hill. I wanted to add a few things that weren't mentioned. The University of Maryland Center for Addiction Medicine is at the hospital. They have a huge facility. They offer more than what MedMark does. They do more comprehensive. They do trauma care. They do research as well as addiction. So they have a massive addiction medicine program. And so, you know, from looking at what they offer, and then we have like 8 doctors who do substance abuse treatment in that area. They have individual offices in the area. They either have it at the hospital, they have it within the community. We have like 2 of them who actually have their own private practice in and around Seton Hill. My background, I'm studying actually addiction medicine or addiction counseling, and I was appalled when I started seeing the behaviors that was coming from the facility. At the first, I didn't know what was there. I just saw all this stream of people coming down Orchard Street, St. Mary Street, heading to south, and then they would come back. I saw some of them walk back into MedMark's facility. We still have, every day, if you go by that facility, if you go by that bus stop, it's a constant drug dealing going on. And we do have, people have called the police, so there are police records of calls taking place. My other point is, there was a mention that they do a liquid, and they said this at our meeting, that they just do liquid methadone or whatever. They do distribute Suboxone and methadone, which are in pills too, if they meet that criteria. After they, but within a year, if they meet the criteria where they can take home drugs, which is the pills, they will be taking either methadone or Suboxone and some other treatment. So they just don't do just liquids. And I questioned them on that before when they mentioned that several times. So another thing is, the concern I have as a person in training to be a certified or licensed addiction counselor and mental health behavior counselor is the patients suffer a lot of physical and mental issues because of their addiction. seeing them fall asleep in the middle of the street, some of them barely can walk across the street fast enough, and them trying to cross that Madison Street, I have a concern of safety because because of the drug addiction, it does ravage the body. And their physical conditions are limited, so they're not going to be able to move as fast as we would trying to hustle across the street. A third thing that our President Nicholas Blenny did mention is 3 other churches that are right across the street. MCC Church, which is a LGBTQ church, they put a couple $1 million to renovate their building. And we have Renew Hope is another church. So we have 3 churches, a Baptist church, a LGBT church, and we have a regular church. So we have 3 churches that are within 70 feet from the building. Also, they didn't mention, they said they kind of scurried over the environmental issues, but this site is considered a brownfield. It was built in 1908. It has a serious problem with asbestos in it, and there's lead paint on the outside too. So I can imagine what type of environmental issues this property is going to have when they go in and actually start cleaning up. And because it's a brownfield, they will have to go through the state's brownfield program through the Department of Environment. And I hope they start putting their application in because they're going to have to do an environmental site assessment to see what the extent of the contamination is. Because if you're going to convert a warehouse, because it was a warehouse for trucks and whatever, to a healthcare facility, you have to be concerned about the hazardous waste that's in that building as old as it is. Finally, let's see what else, make sure I got everything. Like I said, there is a lot of drug activity, the physical issues, the pills. The Arena Players is about 50 feet from the door of where they're proposing to do the renovations. And so anyway, like I was saying, the use is their use of 1,100 or more because the state does not have the state law does not have any limits on how many people they can actually take in as clients. And right now, the state is starting to address issues of assessment because they actually have a bill coming out to look at the assessment issues. They have a bill that was passed last year on dealing with the prescription drug monitoring. And evidently, and I'm asking my professors at class, why are drugs being on the streets? I mean, what kind of drugs on the streets? I have family in addiction medicine. I have family friends who are addiction counselors. And what will be selling on the street? And they said the street drug right now is Suboxone in the pills. And what the the vulnerable population does who have substance abuse disorder, they will sell this Suboxone to get heroin. And that's what we were seeing in the park. They're shooting up heroin, leaving the needles all over the place. Someone will walk right back up St. Mary Street, cross over, and go right back in the facility. So I just wanted to add a few more things about the issues of addiction, the patients they're dealing with, and they have hustlers standing on that bus stop. They also have people in their program who are selling and using too, and that's a hard thing. And then they have drug dealers, and the police are constantly being called when there's a big problem. I mean, you can go right around there, not today because it's raining, but any nice sunny day, and you will see constant drug activity at that bus stop every hour on the hour. I've already contacted the Department of Transportation, Police Department, to have them evaluate how severe the drug problems are taking place at that bus stop, because that is the legal public state right away. And selling of controlled substances in a state right away is a violation of state law, and well as the controlled substance state laws as well. And that's all I have to say, and thank you so much.
Great. Any questions?
No.
Great.
And I didn't ask any extra questions of anybody, but I think all these folks were at the community meeting, and obviously they use it as an opportunity for free
You can do it when you come back up.
Okay. Sorry.
Anybody else from the opposition?
Sorry. My apologies.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Michelle Richter with the President of the Mount Vernon Belvedere Association. So I heard Mount Vernon mentioned quite a few times, but first I just wanted to let you know that we are in support of the opposition of Seton Hill Community Association as what Nicholas Blendy, the President, had outlined. And also I just wanted to give some information real quickly. I know we've been very long here, and thank you all for your patience and waiting. But there were a couple things mentioned about Mount Vernon. First, just to let you know, so the Mount Vernon facility that's located at 817 North Calvert Street came about in more early mid-2016. There was no zoning appeal needed because that building was already zoned as a health clinic. It's owned by a physician who had it as his private practice and then leased it to Medmark. So we were not engaged in the community to know that they were coming to the community, so there was no outreach beforehand. Brian Levy was the president at that time and said that he had not received any information. And then second of which, on that, and part of why we were concerned about that, is it's on the same block as a park that was mentioned earlier. It's a children's park, a very young children's park that's located at the corner of Madison and Calvert. And then last, what was mentioned about trash. Trash is picked up in our community by a surtax that all property owners pay with Midtown Community Benefits District. So I just wanted to clarify those three items.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your patience.
Anybody else from the opposition? And Ms. Fattori, you want to close?
Okay, one quick question on rebuttal from these guys to address the standing outside at 5:30. I think that came up, and Mayor Lynn can answer it. Can you address the issue of whether people are going to congregate out front prior to opening?
Sure. Our building that we're currently in doesn't allow us to open before 5:30. So we can't open the doors because that's when the building itself opens. When we moved to Cherry Hill, we had a similar situation of people standing out early in the morning, and we changed the hours to 4:30. And if we were in this location, we can open as soon as staff arrives, which is at 4:30, even for a 5:30 opening. But right now, the building we're in doesn't allow anybody inside the building until 5:30.
Does that mean you'd start accepting clients at 4:30?
We wouldn't necessarily, but they would be inside our building. We could start people at 4:30. At Cherry Hill, they do start seeing patients at 4:30. We have one nurse and some counselors and people in the building for the people that want to come really early, but we've seen no added people. We've not seen a rush of influx in patient numbers. We're within 50 of our old building and our new building.
You have numerous seats in the waiting area at the North Calvert facility,
We
correct?
do. That's another big advantage. Yeah, there are 50 seats so people could sit inside. And one of the biggest advantages in our new building is there's a nice waiting room for people inside the building.
Multiple ways to deal with the issue. In closing, I think that's everything. We're good there. In closing, you have before you, I think this, one of the exhibits is this letter or email I sent to a young lady. That young lady, since I had a standing objection to a lot of the hearsay, but I'm going to indulge myself in just a very small amount of hearsay and be done. The issue that she had was at the end of listening to all these folks at the end, she said, I'm a nurse, I've got kids, I live in Orchard Street, I'm hear everything everybody's saying. I also don't want this use in my community. But I can't tell you where anywhere else it goes, and this is a very real problem, and these are people that need treatment. And I haven't heard anything today that talked about any other park where drugs are going on or any other community. Nobody's given me a list of communities lining up that want this use. The fact of the matter is the zoning regulations allow this use. Excuse me, one moment, please. The facts are the zoning regulations allow these uses if they can't show that something particular about this use. And people crossing the street, we've heard that that's going to be a problem. I appreciate that they're so concerned about our well-being, but they happen to cross those streets every day, and they haven't done anything to try to impact those things. So ultimately, I haven't heard anything that changes the fact that this use at this location is any different than anywhere else in the neighborhood in the C1 district that borders for, they should have said something when the properties are rezoned. At this point, this is not the proceeding to pursue those avenues, and that's all.
Great, thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Wow. Ready?
Justin, I think we're going to get started.
Okay, let's get started. And we'll try to move this docket fairly quickly. The board I just want to let everybody know from the last case, the board has made the decision that we are not going to deliberate that case today. So if you're hanging around for that case, we're not going to deliberate that after we finish today. We will probably deliberate that case, and we will deliberate that case when we meet 2 weeks from now. All right, next case, 2018-455, 2229 North Charles Street.
Someone should make that announcement.
218-445. Okay, let's get everybody sworn in that's going to provide testimony.
I do. Abraham Hurl, on behalf of 2229 North Charles Street. With me are the two prospective operators of the location.
And Mr. Hurdle, we have this to use portion of premises as tavern with live entertainment and dancing. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Correct. Do we have staff reports?
There's a letter of support from the Charles Village Civic Association in the file.
Planning Department reviewed this application. We request if the board approves it, these conditions be attached to the approval. A copy of the use and occupancy permit for the premises must be kept on the premises and available for inspection by representatives of Baltimore City at all times. A copy of the written approval by the board of the live entertainment provided on the premises, including details of any restrictions or limitations on live entertainment provided, must be kept on the premises and available for inspection by representatives of Baltimore City at all times. And a copy of all other licenses and permits required pursuant to the written approval of the board must be kept on the premises and available for inspection by representatives of Baltimore City at all times. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And Mr. Hurdle, if we were to approve this, are those conditions acceptable to your clients?
Absolutely, of course.
Great. Tell us about your project.
This is an unusual situation. It isn't just your average tavern looking for live entertainment. Beyond it being what I believe will be a wonderful location to get a craft cocktail when it opens, this license that was created for this establishment, the liquor license, has actually previously been issued to the two gentlemen standing to my right. Unfortunately, due to a variety of small little circumstances that occurred, they're actually at this location across the street from where they were initially issued a license. The other special circumstances, this license was specifically created, I believe it was with the assistance of Mr. Kelly Cross over here, and the state legislature, 4 brand new BD7s, the first 4 new tavern licenses in the city created in, I believe, several decades, were created for this old Goucher revitalization district. This district is thought to need, I guess, some sort of input in terms of development, and they thought that part of that would be these specific areas where a license would be issued, including this location under 121603 E2II. Is the specific alcoholic beverage legislation that issues this BD7 to these two gentlemen. They applied for it, they were granted it. We actually have to move it from across the street, so it was previously granted to them about a year ago. And through a variety of circumstances again, they're now at 2229 North Charles. This is gonna be an upscale cocktail bar. There's no plans for it to be a packaged goods tavern in the sense that some people have in some neighborhoods. And it isn't a place where you're going to buy $2 natty bows either. For better or worse, these gentlemen currently work at a high-end restaurant where they work both at the bar. They have a lot of experience in this industry, and they plan to operate this in a similar fashion as they told me it was going to be nicer but very similar to the Elk Room.
Okay.
We are asking for, I believe, a variance for parking, although I'm not sure that's needed because I do believe that their physical space is, I guess, small in nature. I believe there are 3 or 4 parking spots in the rear of the property. They're going to have, I believe, permanent access to several of them, but I don't know that we meet the requirements. We are in talks with the Geological Society, which is about a block away, across the street, to utilize their parking lot for any sort of additional parking. We haven't finalized an agreement with them. We do anticipate that given their business hours and hours which are opposite, it shouldn't be an issue. But we do think this is going to be a place where a lot of people are going to take Ubers and Lyfts and walk into the neighborhood as opposed to driving and parking.
Okay.
At this time.
Are you providing any testimony?
Sure.
You don't have to. I'm just saying, are you?
At this time, given the length of the previous hearing, unless the board sees the need, I would, I guess.
Slope, is it?
I think your description of your case was more than adequate.
Wonderful. We did have opposition, though.
Could you tell us a little bit of the live entertainment?
Sure. Actually, I'd like to have my clients. I'd prefer them to do it.
What's wrong
Actually.
with the National?
The National?
$2 National bar.
There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing at all. And I don't want to criticize it. I myself am a Budweiser drinker. But this is just a, well, I don't want to. Brendan, you've been sworn in? Great.
My name is Brendan Dorr. I'm one of the two partners opening Dutch Courage cocktail bar. Courage. Or my last name? Sorry. Dorr. D-O-R-R. Apologies. Speaking to the live entertainment, we don't plan to have live entertainment every night of the week. We don't even plan to probably have it most nights of the month, probably once or twice a month. I myself am a Peabody graduate and appreciate having a little bit of live jazz every once in a while. I think that speaks more to the style of cocktail bar that we're trying to open. We have numerous friends who are in live bands, and we keep trying to subtly hint to them, this is not the place for your live band to play. And as far as dancing goes, it's not a dancing kind of atmosphere. The live music is more for atmosphere, not dancing. If somebody does feel the mood to get up and have a slow dance, they can, but that's not what we're looking for.
Okay.
I would turn it over to our opposition this time.
For the record, Nicholas Dunphy. His last name spelled D-U-N-P-H-Y, and I will pass the business card down to the transcriptionist later. I'm with Mosaic Community Services. We're part of the Shepherd Pratt Health System. We own and operate the mental health, outpatient mental health clinic located at 2225 North Charles Street, which is directly next door to this planned location. Of the programs at the clinic are a full outpatient mental health clinic with psychiatrists, nurse practitioners, licensed clinical social workers providing therapy, a psychiatric day rehabilitation program that provides day services to individuals with severe and chronic mental illness, as well as a substance use disorder program called Partners in Recovery. Our objection is based on, not on necessarily food, but on liquor sales next door, directly next door to our clinic. Many of our clients have a co-occurring disorder, which means they have a mental illness in addition to a substance use disorder, some of which may involve alcohol. And we feel that having a liquor license establishment directly next door to the front door of our center would be detrimental to the clients, would increase the temptation, and may be very detrimental to someone who is struggling with addiction, perhaps has a fragile recovery. So that is the basis of our objection.
Okay. Any questions?
Mr. Hurdle, the BD7 was successfully transferred to 2229 North Charles, is that correct? Or is it in the process of being transferred to that address?
It's in the process of being transferred.
Okay.
The issue is we can't apply for the live entertainment portion of it.
Sure. Does the liquor board, oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
I said before zoning.
Correct.
Does the liquor board consider neighboring property owners when they decide whether or not to transfer a license to a particular property?
I would
in
say
your
they certainly
experience?
entertain interested parties. I wouldn't want to give the wrong impression to the board. I think they certainly listen to individuals nearby in regards to situations of this nature.
So would they issue a liquor license to a property that was immediately adjacent to a substance abuse treatment facility? Or, I'm sorry, an office that provides substance abuse counseling?
I've never seen one denied for that reason.
Okay.
I've never seen opposition quite like this, so I want to make sure that I'm
confused. Is the current location across the street from Mosaic?
no.
Okay.
Next door.
So we are
I
applying.
understand that the one place that you're moving to is next door. Where is the current location?
The currently approved by the liquor board location is directly across the street, not behind it, but directly across the street. At the time, there was no opposition.
Would be moving it to the actual same side of the street.
Absolutely.
But it's still gonna, when you initially got approval for the liquor license, it was across the street from Mosaic.
Correct.
Okay. Did Mosaic show up for the liquor license hearing for that?
They did not at that time.
Okay.
Did it adversely affect your clients?
It's not operating
Oh,
right now.
okay.
That's correct.
It's not operating. I think the nearest liquor store that would be even packaged goods is probably up at 25th and Charles, and we're at between 22nd and 23rd. If I'm wrong, I'd certainly be corrected, but I believe there might be one south, but closer to North Avenue. But on that direct block, there are other businesses. There's a printing business. There is I think some beauty shops, like a music store, and further up, one block up, is a Safeway grocery store. But I don't believe on that block itself there are any active liquor license dispensing establishments.
Okay.
And if I can just clarify, I'm not sure everyone's familiarity with the BD7. It is a tavern license. It doesn't necessarily require a food component. There are places in the city that are BD7 that operate, let's say, a little bit more like a liquor store than like a tavern in terms of on-premises versus off-premises sales. This is a location where there aren't going to be coolers behind the bar. There aren't going to be minis being sold. There aren't going to be fifths going out the door. There isn't going to be cases of beer going out the door. This is a high-end cocktail bar. The advantage of the BD7 in this situations means they don't have to have a kitchen, and they can be open 7 days a week till 2 a.m., as opposed to a 6-day license where they wouldn't have the Sunday component, or, well, that's the only situation. If it was a 7-day tavern, they wouldn't be able to have liquor. In this case, it's the BD7, which is their.
Is Lane Harlan's new spot near, across, on
Lane's
the same street? or-
Lane Harlan's place is around the corner, I think about a block away. Hers was one of the 4 licenses that was issued within that legislation.
So there is a bar operating there already?
And it's also BD7, absolutely.
Thank you.
And they operate, I think they also have like an outdoor component as well. And there's 2 other licenses that I believe are in
Liquor
process.
shop there, isn't there a wine and beer store that they sell actually wine and beer to go? Don't they?
It is my understanding that you can get alcohol to go
Okay.
in that premises.
I mean, I think I read it's an actual store, like a little, like.
Yeah, there's like a little grocery type of takeout place. Yeah. If I may, Mr. Kelly Cross, can you step up? Sure. Mr. Cross, you were involved in this legislation, correct?
That's correct.
And what would you say was the reason behind it?
A couple of reasons. I'm president of the Old Goucher Community Association, where this establishment will be located. We wanted to revitalize the neighborhood, bring in more restaurants and bars and amenities, other amenities for residents in our community. We also wanted to diversify, continue to want to diversify our community business-wise. Right now, we're one of the neighborhoods with one of the highest concentration of substance abuse clinics and treatment facilities in the city. There are 4 of them within about a block and a half of each other. So we see it as vitally important to start bringing in other types of businesses that other members of the community can enjoy and benefit from.
And you represent which community association?
The Old Goucher Community Association.
You didn't submit a letter today, correct?
I did not. No, it came in person.
And your group does support the project?
Yes, 100%.
Are you aware of any other groups in the area that also support the project?
I believe the Charles Village Civic Association supports it, but
Does the Remington Association support it?
They do support it, yes. Although, this is in Old Goucher, but people are generally really optimistic and excited about this, and I'm disappointed to know that one of our neighboring businesses has lodged some opposition to this new business.
And you are familiar with Eric and Brendan, correct?
I am, yes.
And not just in a sense that you've met them once or twice, but you've worked with them pretty closely for a while?
Yes. I mean, we've gone out and we've recruited businesses to come in and take these licenses. We've been very deliberate in deciding which businesses are going to get these BD7s, really trying to curate the district. So everyone we've got coming in is best in class. They're amazing operators, and we're really excited to have them open by the end of this year.
I have no further questions, Mr. Cross.
Any questions?
I have just one more question, if I may.
Oh, I thought you.
Back up? Sure. Your hours right now, it appears you're going to be operating from roughly 5 in the evening till whenever things kind of slow down in the evening, or 2. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're going to have someone at the door all the time?
Our goal is to definitely have someone manning the door, especially on the busier nights, and we'll see how it goes for the rest of the remainder of the week.
And you're going to have security cameras outside, inside?
We will have security cameras outside and inside.
And if you were made aware by a neighboring business or anybody else that there was a person who had a problem in the area, you wouldn't serve them, correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely not. We would work and do our best to work with them to find an appropriate solution to handle a person like that.
I have no further questions.
All right. Good. Thank you very much, and don't go anywhere.
I know.
Next case is 2018-446, 1500, 1502, 1504, and 1508 DeSoto Road. Mr. Hurdle, we have this case to consolidate 1500, 1502, 1508, and, well, that's
You
a
have a typo
here.
on your sheet, absolutely,
Yeah.
actually.
1504 and 1508 DeSoto Roads, and used for restaurant with live entertainment and dancing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do we have any staff reports?
Yes, thank you. Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that this property is located in an R6 zoning district, which, although it does allow neighborhood commercial establishments, does not allow live entertainment, and therefore the department recommends disapproval of the portion of the application that relates to live entertainment, because the zoning code does not authorize restaurants with live entertainment as a type of neighborhood commercial establishment. In fact, it explicitly prohibits them. The department recommends approval of a restaurant without live entertainment as a type of neighborhood commercial establishment, as this location is improved with a structure that is non-residential in its construction, is somewhat separated from nearby residential areas, and already has off-street parking for patrons. Thank you.
Right. Any other staff reports?
Mr. Hurdle, just a quick question.
Yes, of course.
The property located at 1504 DeSoto, SDAT has the owner of record being a Morgan Grace. I guess that's a life estate listed under the property record. You can't consolidate properties unless they're all under common ownership. Sometimes SDAT takes a while. So do you have any evidence or any indication that all those properties are owned by the same entity?
1504 isn't one of the properties.
Okay, which are the properties again?
1500, 1502, 1506, and 1508.
No. Okay.
That would cure that question.
That's good on my sheet at least, even though my handwriting's really bad.
Okay.
Sorry.
Question asked, question answered.
Great.
Thank you.
So you've heard from Planning Department, so obviously we're going to want to hear about how you can get entertainment and dancing in this particular property, given the
I feel like I
zoning.
helped out with 1504, so I mean, that should be worth live entertainment alone. Well, with regards to live entertainment, this establishment used to be the old American Legion Hall. It's been there forever. It's been vacant for untold number of years at this point. The facade is falling apart. The parking lot is falling apart. My client purchased it with the hopes of making it a restaurant and using it possibly as a wedding hall. Our goal isn't to have a nightclub. It's to have a place where we can have a small band. And I hate to use the word DJ because whenever you do, it becomes a nightclub. But that's not what we're looking to do. Again, when you have a wedding, there's a guy up there with an iPod or whatever it is nowadays. And that's where we're looking to do with this location. With regards to the restaurant, it's going to operate normal hours. We're hoping to work with the neighborhood, and we've worked with the neighborhood extensively. I spoke with the councilman today, and he has indicated, and we've reached out to them on numerous occasions. In the past 2 years that this project has been ongoing, I think we met with the Morrill Park Community Association. It could be 10 or 12 times. We did a safety walk one day over the summer. We met with their former location that I think it was a church and is now apartments. And my client went around the neighborhood and he got some signatures from people in the neighborhood in support of it. I think we have about 103 here. More than 103? Close to 200. Close to 200 signatures is what I'm being told.
Great, thank you.
If given live entertainment, we would continue to work with the neighborhood in any possibility, well, restaurant and live entertainment. Our goal is to work with the neighborhood whenever possible. We don't want this location to be something neighbors don't like. One of the comments we did hear from the community group when we met with them was that they wanted a place where they could go and kind of sit down and have a burger and a beer. And I think that for us, that's the foundation of this place being successful. Certainly having events on a Saturday or Sunday, and these are not going to be with promoters. They're not going to be third-party vendors. These are going to be all in-house, and again, we're targeting more weddings than, say, kind of nightclub events in any capacity.
Do you have any kind of agreement with the neighborhood stating that?
In terms of the neighborhood? No, we don't. There was several miscommunications with the neighborhood, which ultimately the president of the Neighborhood Association apparently was in a terrible car accident a few months ago, and we haven't really been in touch with her. It is my understanding that the community association was notified twice by the councilman in the last few days. This was posted. And I'm not going to sit here and say, well, they're not here, so they don't have opposition. What I'll say is they aren't here, and we're happy to work with them in any capacity going forward. We have gone out of our way in the past to work with them, and we'll continue to do so.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And one more for you.
Can I make one more comment?
We're off the record.
Yeah, because
All right.
Should we go back on the
We'll
record?
go back on the record.
thank you so much. I just wanted to point out to the board that the facility was present was.
Before you say anything, you haven't been sworn out, know your name. So raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And you can spell it?
Namdi Iwa, Namdi. Last name Iwuoha.
Namdi, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yes, please, I just wanted to add that, the facility was being used for a banquet hall, when it was active. I just wanted to point that out.
Okay.
That's what we wanted to use it for a banquet hall for the community.
Okay, we understand. And now we're off the record for this case.
Thank you.
Next case, 2018 dash.
Can I ask Derek a question? Derek?
Sir.
Isn't there another classification other than entertainment and dancing, like banquet hall, event hall, whatever?
Yes, banquet hall is still a classification under the zoning code. It's a separate classification that would not be allowed under neighborhood commercial establishment. Prior use, if it was still ongoing, it may be able to be continued, but all the evidence is that that use has been abandoned.
All right, so just to be clear, we're calling case 2018-447, 27 East Cross Street. Mr. Hurdle again.
Abraham Hurdle on behalf of 27 East Cross Street. The current use of this location.
Hold on one second. We had this to add live entertainment and dancing to existing tavern. Is that correct?
This is an existing, operating, and open tavern.
Great. Do we have staff reports?
Yes, thank you. Planning Department has reviewed this application, noted that this application did not contain a detailed security plan, and given the issues that have sometimes arisen in the vicinity of the Cross Street area, would recommend that the applicant provide additional information to the board concerning security. That said, the Department of Planning recommends that approval of the application be subject to these conditions. A copy of the use and occupancy permit for the premises must be kept on the premises and available for inspection by representatives of Baltimore City at all times. A copy of the written approval by the board of the live entertainment provided on the premises, including details of any restrictions or limitations on live entertainment provided, must be kept on the premises and available for inspection by representatives of Baltimore City at all times. And a copy of all other permits and licenses required pursuant to the written approval of the board must be kept on the premises and available for inspection by representatives of Baltimore City at all times. Thank you.
Great. And Mr. Hurdle, are there any other staff reports? Mr. Hurdle, are those, if we were to approve this, are those conditions acceptable to your client?
Absolutely. We would provide a security plan as well.
Great. Thank you very much.
Beyond that, I do have some signatures from neighboring businesses in the area that are in support of the project.
Great. Thank you. And if your witnesses are going to provide testimony, let's get them sworn in.
I don't think they're going to provide
Okay.
any testimony whatsoever.
Okay.
This is an existing open and operating tavern. It's on Cross Street. There are several taverns in the area, bars, restaurants that all have live entertainment. Patrons have been asking for live entertainment. It isn't going to be a situation where Metallica's playing on Monday nights at 2 a.m. It's going to be a situation where we have small bands, maybe a couple nights a week. We're going to keep in touch with all neighbors as well as any residents in the area, just to make sure there's any noise issues. We're going to try to mitigate those if possible. Windows and doors will be closed in the event that there is live entertainment on those evenings. With regards to security, when there are live entertainment nights, we'll absolutely have a doorman. There is a doorman presently. We will also work to have any security as necessary. The place is going to be packed. 2 or 3 members on staff will be there for security. If not, we'll try to monitor the situation, keep it under control best we can. We'll do everything we can to work with the neighborhood and local community associations to mitigate any issues.
Great. Thank you. Any questions from the board?
What business is operating there now? What's the name of it?
Crazy Lil's is what it's all operating as.
Is there any current MOU with the Federal Hill Neighborhood Association?
No.
Don't most of the bars on Cross Street have signed MOUs with the neighborhood association dealing with hours and security and all that kind of stuff?
Some bars do.
Some or most?
I wouldn't say most. I would say some.
Fair enough.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We would be excused.
You are excused. You are excused. All right, next case, 2018-455, 606 Hyson Street. Okay, everybody that's going to provide testimony, let me get you sworn in.
Raise your right hands, please. You swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, let me get your name for the record.
Sean Chenworth.
And Mr. Chenworth, we have this to construct two-story rear addition, is that correct?
That is correct.
And staff reports.
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Any other staff reports? None. All right, Mr. Chenworth, tell us about your project.
Yes, I would like to have a variance to construct a two-story addition on the rear of my property, consistent with 610 through 614 Hyson Street, to enlarge the first and second floors.
Okay.
Are you an owner-occupant?
I'm not the owner-occupant, no. I'm the owner.
Is that it?
That's it.
All right. Opposition, state your name, please, and tell us why you're opposed to this.
My name is Claire Bogdansky Gizriel. I'm the owner of the property next door at 604 Hyson Street. It's a rental property. This is
Your property is a rental property?
It is.
Okay.
This is an alley street parallel to Ford Avenue in South Baltimore. They're all two-story homes, originally about 4 rooms in each home, 2 upstairs, 2 downstairs, and with maybe a half a basement, about 5 feet tall. They back up to the same thing, a 2-story townhome on a parallel street that has a walking alley between the sets of homes. So there are 2 parallel rows of homes with a walking alley between. Very crowded, tight little area. And what I'm asking is, first of all, to see the plans. Haven't met the developer before today. Did not reach out to me in good faith to share the plans, or to my tenant for that reason. I've only discovered the activity in the property as I've passed by and kept an eye on things for my own rental property. The first thing I discovered was that the property had been gutted and thrown into the backyard, and realized there was no permit there. Somebody must have called in that, because next thing I know, there was a permit violation on the door. And then I guess time went by. This was the first violation, or I guess the first gutting was in May or June of 2018. The violation went up in June 18th. It was issued. And then July 12th, there was a letter posted saying that they were working without a permit. And then again, there was a violation on August 22nd that said they had a permit to replace 5 windows and interior framing, but there was foundation work being done in the backyard, and that wasn't approved by permit. So in the meantime, during all this rainy season that we've had this year, the windows have been open, sometimes completely missing. I have picture of the rear of the property that had a back door that was just kind of leaning there, a back window that was open. And so I would like to know what the plans are. I'd prefer that he doesn't fill the entire backyard, which has been done on a couple of properties few doors down. And I have a photograph of the front and rear of my properties as well. He's next door to the right. But basically, these are small, petite homes. This is a developer from Abingdon, Maryland. He has no intention, he's told me, of living there. He has no intention of renting the property. His intention is to flip the property and make a profit, which I can understand, but he's trying to double, I think, or better, the size of the property and put 3 bedrooms and 3 baths in there, and I'm not really sure how you could fit all that in on a 12-foot wide property that's currently only 2 stories. So I'm asking for it not to be approved. I'm asking for an opportunity to review the plans. My husband is here with me. He's an architect. He's helped me renovate my property a few years back, although I've had it for about 15 years now.
Did the two of you have a chance to talk before?
Yep.
Okay. Did you?
He doesn't have any plans with him, so I have nothing to review. There was nothing on the planning website, so I don't know what's been turned in.
All plans have been turned in by my structural engineer, Majid Mirza. With regards to the permit issues, the original permit that we got was to demo and to structurally, the roof was caving in. So once they realized that we did have that permit, we were allowed to do interior framing and the windows that she describes. And she is correct, at the time, the person that was doing the demo was going to be doing the footer for the addition. They went ahead and started that work, at which time I was on vacation. I was notified and fined for that. All work at that point stopped until this process is concluded.
So I don't have confidence that he's been supervising the work, much less making an effort to communicate with the neighbors about what's the plans are.
With regards to the neighbors, the neighbor at 608 Hyson has had my contact information since July. I saw in passing the neighbor that occupies her house, but they did not talk to me.
Let me just say, this is here for 2 variances. One is maximum lot coverage, and one is the minimum rear yard. We have some drawings that were supplied by Mr. Chenworth. Can I suggest that we just pass over your case for 10 minutes? You guys take a look at this, and I'll call you back up.
Mm-hmm.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right, next case is 2019-8, 3817 Callaway Avenue. How are you?
I'm fine. My name is Laura McCargo.
Okay, and Ms. McCargo, excuse me, we have this to use as 3 dwelling units, is that correct?
Yes.
And do we have staff reports?
I didn't turn this paper in that you asked for.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, let me get you sworn in, I'm sorry.
Raise your hand. Any swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, staff reports.
Yes, thank you. Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that this property is located in an R1 district. R1 districts do not allow multifamily residential use. The application suggests that the property is in fact currently in use as a multifamily dwelling. However, there is no record available to the Planning Department of a valid use and occupancy permit for a multifamily dwelling at this location. The applicant therefore would be required to demonstrate to the board that the non-conforming use on which this application is based was in fact lawfully established. The applicant is proposing to increase this non-conforming use by an additional dwelling unit. The applicant also noted there's a front yard with a large paved area allowing off-street parking of up to 3 vehicles in an area that is prohibited to be used in that manner by both the previous 1971 zoning code and the current 2017 zoning code. The department recommends disapproval of the application because should the board determine that there is an existing non-conforming use of the premises as a multifamily dwelling, adding a dwelling unit would constitute expansion of existing non-conforming use of the property, and such an expansion is prohibited by the zoning code. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. McCargo, you heard the Planning Department. Why don't you tell us what you
Okay.
want to do here and then address the concerns that were raised by Mr. French.
I purchased this property on May 7th, 1999. And the reason I purchased it is because I was single, didn't have any children, and I didn't want to purchase an entire house to be lonelier. So this property was marketed as a multi-family unit, and that's why I purchased it. So I have a copy of the deed. I didn't make copies. I didn't know that you all needed copies, but I have a copy.
Do you want us to make this part of the record?
Yes. So to further,
I will say the deed, a typical deed is not going to talk about, well, this does have an occupancy rider.
so to show that this was already set up as a multifamily, I emailed BG&E, and they sent me back this email that states that the meters were put in 1979 and in 1975.
How many meters?
It's 2 electric and 2 gas.
Okay.
He said that this is an R1 zoning. I'm not contesting that, but I did a 1 mile drive. I don't say drive by. I drove around in the neighborhood in 1 mile. On Callaway alone, I found 10 multiple family units within a mile. On Sequoia, I found 4. And then on Copley, which is a street behind my street, Callaway, I found 2. So I did the Gmail and printed out all these for you all to see. So that's a total of 16 multifamily properties within a mile of my property.
Well, just to be clear, we'll take this, we'll make this part of the record, but we're here on your property.
Okay, but I just wanted to say that he's saying it's an R1, but there's 16 other multifamily dwellings within a mile of my property. And then I have letters of support from neighbors in the community that are in favor of me keeping it as a multifamily. Like I said, in May, it'll be 20 years that I've had this property, and it was bought as a multifamily, and I want to continue to use it as such.
Well, I think what the planning department mentioned and what we would like to see is some proof that the 3 dwelling units were legally established, because in our records, we don't show it as a multifamily.
How would it be legally established?
You would have a permit for a 3
Okay.
dwelling property.
How would I get the permit?
Well, if it would have had a permit. In an R1 zoning district, you can't have a 3 dwelling unit. You can't just convert to a 3 dwelling unit. In fact,
Right.
but if it was operated in the past, for some period of time in the past as a 3 dwelling unit, we could consider letting you continue that, but we need to understand that that use had to be legally established.
Well, I didn't do it. Like I said, I bought it May 7th, 1999. I wasn't aware of it, that I needed to do that. But the letter from GG&E states that those meters had been installed in
Well, there's 2 meters.
Right. So the tenant in the basement and the tenant on the first floor share the gas and electric.
Okay. Well, that doesn't show us that there's 3 it just shows that there's 2 meters. That doesn't get us to
Right.
3 dwelling units, though.
Right.
So,
So I guess what I'm trying to do is just to continue to use it as I have been using it. If that's something I need to do to get an occupancy permit, I have no problem doing it. The tenants are subsidized tenants, so they get an annual inspection every year. I did the lead certificate, so I've done what I was supposed to do, that I knew I was supposed to do, that I know I needed an occupancy permit. I would have got an occupancy permit, because like I said, in May, it'll be 20 years that I've owned this property, and this is the first it's come to my attention that I needed this.
how did this come to your attention?
Somebody called 311 anonymously and made a complaint.
Okay. When you had the inspections of the house, who inspected it?
So Section 8 comes to inspect the apartment every year, and then there's another program called Housing for Homeless. It's around the corner. They come and inspect every year. It's an annual inspection.
Okay.
And that was what I submitted for my rental property registration. I had to submit those.
Okay. All right, any questions? No. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Oh, did you want the letters of support?
Sure, if you want to we can make it part of the record.
Thank you.
All right, next case, we're going to call 5 cases together. 2019-9, 128 to 130 Landwehr Lane, 2019-10, 118 Landwehr Lane, 2019-11, 116 Landwehr Lane, 2019-12, 42 Landwehr Lane, 2019-3 south side of Lips Lane, 89 feet west of Landwehr Lane.
It's all good.
We're in the middle of another case. I'll call you next. All right, come on up. So let me get everyone sworn in who's going to provide testimony.
Raise your right hands, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
State.
I'm actually here in place of Cindy Williams, Carol Bossinger, Bausinger.
Okay, Ms. Bossinger, we have this to erect, and I'm not going to read all these, but it's basically to erect a certain specified number of linear feet of 10-foot high electric fence in front yard. And for the Lips Lane, it is electric fence in front and side and corner side yards. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do we have any staff reports?
Planning Department has no comment on this application or this group of applications. Thank you.
Okay.
What is the current use of the property, ma'am?
You're a tow yard, correct?
No, we're a food manufacturing plant. My name is Steve Tadros. Tadros.
And do you have a current use and occupancy permit as food manufacturing?
Yes, we're a food warehouse, wholesale, and
But you have a permit for that?
yes.
Do you know if it's a permit in city records? Because we checked and there's no permit for the property.
For which address?
All the addresses. There is no permit whatsoever for any use on any of these addresses.
We've been in operation for 20 years
Okay,
At this location?
at this location.
What's this location?
The main address, the mailing address is 135 South Warwick, and the addresses that you have are the parking lot. 20 years.
That's why. Is there anything that you've submitted in connection with your application and has that address that you just stated?
135 South Warwick is our main address. That's our office, and that's the building, the warehouse.
It's on the site plans that were submitted. I think should be in your packet. Reflects 135.
Okay, well.
Yeah, like I said, all the other addresses are just vacant lots that we use as a parking lot.
All right, so we will work through that issue. So tell us why we need 10-foot high electric fence around this.
We are requesting the variance for the height for 10 feet. Typically, we find with the security fence inside the perimeter barrier fence, it's harder for the criminal class to be able to scale the existing 6 to 8 foot perimeter fence that is there because they have another one they have to go over. So the additional footage, and that's the highest we go, is 10 feet. The additional footage is beneficial to the business on the parcel so that it cannot be breached in any manner.
And the electric fence is the inside fence?
It is inside, yes.
How far is that from the exterior fence?
12 inches.
Okay. Mr. Baumgarten, are there any special concerns in the code about electrified fences?
Unfortunately not. It's left to the discretion of the board and then the planning department once the permit is in process. This is the second electrified fence appeal the board's heard in the last 2 years or so. From the first one, I recall there was like 4 or 5 feet between inside fence and outside fence so that a child couldn't reach through a fence and shock themselves.
That I'm not familiar with.
Sure. But as of right now, there are no further requirements in the code about electrified fences. Actually, they're not even mentioned in the code. I believe there's reference to them in the building code, but not in the zoning code.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, it's been vetted and approved by the Baltimore City Code Enforcement Attorney Kathleen Byrne and Permitting Director Mr. Patel.
Okay.
Have you found some need for additional security? Is that what's giving rise to the electrified fence?
Well, yes, we have been broken into numerous times. We own our trucks, and people come in, they cut the fence, steal our batteries, they steal diesel, they steal anything they can get their hands on. I mean, we did what we could to protect our property, which is put up a fence, but how good is the fence if you can just come with a pair of pliers and cut right through it with some cutters? And recently, in the past 2 years, we have been held up at gunpoint and shot at inside our office. And it's this is what it's come to. We just have to secure ourselves a little bit better. That's
Okay. Any questions from the board?
But could you erect this fence if it were further from the exterior fence?
It's not ideal, and the reason being is it takes away from the real estate for the business operating there. The other thing we can do, though, is put in a solid mesh, depending upon the perimeter fencing that's there, as an added, yes. As an
Yeah,
added
you heard
protection
Mr.
area.
Baumgartner's concern. I think that's the concern we're all wrestling with a little bit as a child or somebody gets
Yeah,
shocked.
Yeah, and if they're there after business hours, they're likely not supposed to be there.
Well, children
unfortunately.
do things that they're not supposed to do.
Yes, they do, of all ages.
But it is our intention
Yes.
to install the mesh on the outside of our fence.
So you'll install it?
For that reason,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, so if we may condition, if we do approve this, we may condition it upon some mesh that's provides that a child's hand can't get through it.
What we typically do, it's called what's a flex mesh. It's got an 80% barrier, basically. You can barely see through it, let alone get through it.
Okay. Okay. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next case, 2019, I'm sorry, I'm going to call your case now. All right, recalling 2018-455, 606 Hyson Street.
All right, we've looked over the plans that were provided, and it's still my opinion that this is an overbuild for the neighborhood. We've got properties here that are all open air for the small amount of a backyard that we have. By building out to the end of the property line, whether it's to the end of it or whether it's 3 feet in, it's basically going to stick one property in a hole because he's got a build out here, no build out here, and now a new build out potential here. And I'm next to that, which is going to put me either in a hole or lacking air and light from the south, because it's going to be basically the basement story and 2 stories above that, plus a roof deck beyond that. So there's not going to be anything that comes into my
What are the
yard.
other, I'm going to ask the appellant, what are the other houses in the community like? Have they been built out?
So there is 3 homes in that block that have not been built out. One is mine, and one is theirs, and one other.
Right
All
next to
other
us.
homes
All
have
over.
been built out, as well as at the end of the block, there's a home that actually has a 3rd story. So the only remaining homes that have not been built out is mine, the opposers, and next to me on the other side, and the house next to me on the other side has a large 2 or 3 story decking apparatus on the end of that, bringing that out toward the alleyway as well.
Okay.
And with regards to my addition compared to the other additions on the block, mine takes into account the neighbors and does have a 1-foot inset on each side versus the 2610 through 14, they take their whole rear yard footprint.
Okay, did you want to say something?
Yeah, my name is Robert Israel. I'm the owner's husband. I'm also an architect. I've been in business since the early 80s. I'm a specialist in housing in the city. I'm on the design review committee for Federal Hill and Otterbein. So I'm an expert in the field. And I helped work and renovate this property in 2015. And what is shocking about this our neighbor here is his lack of professionalism. You'll see the earlier drawing, a photograph shows he just started building a foundation. Well, he put the footing and then he put the block on top of it. Now, any builder knows you got to have a footing inspection. He just went ahead and did it.
Well, I hear you, and I will say, we're here for a land use issue. We're here for variance. It's not, we'll leave it up to the building department whether it's built according to code.
Okay, well, if you look
we
at,
don't enforce building code.
if you look at his plans, he shows the building as being 14 wide by 45 deep. The property is only 12 feet wide. He calls it 14. And the lot in the back, it's 45 in one dimension and 48 on the other. So his plans call for building back all the way 45 feet and then leaving 3 feet. Well, 3 feet in some instances is the alley. He's building up against the alley. But he does, I'm just saying professionally, it is no reason to have this back bedroom be so large. The back bedroom, if it matches the front bedroom is 11 by 13. If the back bedroom would be 11 by 13, we would have a 7-foot backyard. You need some kind of backyard for one, for HVAC equipment, or two, for trash. Trash is a real problem. People just kind of throw their trash can out front. It really should be in the back. So he's not setting up any, so he's building too much of the backyard. So we would like to negotiate with him to pull it back. He's resistant to that. And I just think it puts undue hardship on our property, because it's going to really shoehorn us in. And to insult to injury, he wants to put a roof deck on it. So the wall up against us will be not 2 stories high, will be really 3 stories high because it's a full basement. And then it's going to be another 3 or 4 feet for the wall for the deck. So this is really creating a canyon here. So I just don't think by approving this this zoning, you're really encouraging people to come in and do whatever the hell they want and just build it. And if they get caught, they go, "Oops, I got caught," and then let's try to be met, try to get approval. You're just condoning these flippers coming into the area. We're saturated with housing. We have no place to park, and he wants to put, if you look at the plans, he's got 4 bedrooms. He says the front bedroom in the basement is really a sitting room. Well, we all know it's going to be used as a bedroom. We all know he's going to mark it as a 4-bedroom.
Do you live in your house?
Yes. Oh, no, the house next door is a rental. We live in South Baltimore. I'm on Hughes Street.
In reference to your trash cans, your alley's not drivable.
Correct.
Right.
Trash is put out front, all trash cans are out.
All trash cans are usually wheeled around front, right?
No, all trash cans, since I've owned the property, have been kept and placed in front because that's where trash is picked up.
Not true.
Okay, we're not going to get an argument back and forth.
Right. But the idea is that it's not supposed, if you look at the photographs, the sidewalk in the front is only 2 or 3 feet. It's really, if you put a trash can on it, you can't walk down the street, the sidewalk. So it's a real issue with these new trash cans. But the main issue I'm trying to say is don't encourage this flipper by avoiding the rules. We don't even have a scanned plans. I don't know why the city didn't scan his plans or he didn't scan his plan. We don't have plans on the website. Planning can't review it because they're not in the system. I mean, you don't.
Mr. Kenworth, I am a little concerned about the fact that in the drawings you're giving us, it's a 14-foot wide lot, and the city plat's showing a 12-foot wide lot.
All the drawings were measured by Majid Mirza, the structural engineer that I have hired to develop the plans for this property, and everything came from his field measurements. So if the measurement that he took on the back of the house is incorrect, regardless of that measurement, we're at a 1-foot setback for the addition for both property lines. So if he put an incorrect number, obviously that would be corrected, and if it were 12 feet. But again, he submitted structural engineer drawings with the plans, and the city has them as well.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chenwood, I'm going to strongly suggest to you that you come back to us with drawings that either match the city plat or with an explanation why they don't match the city plat in terms of the width.
Okay.
And I'm going to leave it up to you. You can either postpone the case or we'll rule on the case today, but I would suggest to you that you postpone the case and come back to us with drawings. If you do want to postpone, we will try to get you in 2 weeks from now.
I would like to postpone and confirm that.
Okay.
Is there a reason why proper permits weren't pulled for this?
Proper permits for the...
All of the work.
For the portion that is done, with the exception of Outback, it was correct.
So
the permit for the
violation notices that were issued, and there's 2 outstanding ones. One was reduced to $200 from the notes from housing, but it's still at $200. So housing decided that something unpermitted was going on, unless you have
when we
something
went,
else.
I went directly to the offices of housing and the permit office. At the time, we had a permit to do demo and interior framing, but at that time, they did start the work out back, yes. And that was not permitted. That subcontractor has subsequently been fired, and I am in reparations for that, because when permits are finalized on this property, I will have to fix what he did, because as he said correctly, that it has to be inspected. And so that contractor went and did work without authorization and has since been fired.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Can I request copies of the revised drawings prior to the next hearing so that we'll have an opportunity to review them?
You can contact the zoning office at 396-410-396-4301. And I'm sure Mr. Baumgartner can get you copies of whatever we get.
Well, we went to the website, and usually it's on the website. It's not.
Our stuff that we get is not going to be on the website. We're not the building department. We don't issue permits.
Okay. We'll call them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
All right.
this 2018, where are we? 2018-455-606 Hyson Street is postponed.
And so how will I find when it's postponed until?
Talk to Mr. Baumgartner.
They call tomorrow.
Call you tomorrow?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next case, 2019-14, 3922 2nd Street. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Zoe Rawlins. That's
Let me get you-
Z-O-E.
let me
Oh,
get
that's
you-
swear.
Get you sworn in.
Swear or affirm the testimony you shared at the beginning of this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, your name again?
My name is Zoe, Z-O-E, Rawlings, R-A-W-L-I-N-G-S.
And Ms. Rawlings, what's your relationship to the property?
I'm the owner.
Oh, okay. We have Geraldo Perez.
He is our permit expediter. I'm with Patio Enclosures. My name's Stephen Buckingham.
Okay. All right. Ms. Rollins, we have this to enclose front porch, is that correct?
Correct.
And any staff reports?
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Any other staff reports? All right. Why don't you tell us what you want to do here?
The reason why I want to enclose porch is the safety for my grandchildren. I have neighbors that have 4 dogs. 2 of them look like pit bulls, but they're not really, but they're in that family. And whenever my grandson come over, like one particular day, he was running up to the house, and all 4 dogs just ran toward the door, because our houses are like close together. Our doors are close together, maybe 3 feet, and we have this little plastic barrier between the 2 homes. And this dog almost knocked that thing over trying to get to my grandson. And I had to run up to the door and block my grandson. He was scared in between my screen door to stop this dog from trying to attack him.
Can you tell us what the enclosure is going to be, what kind of materials you intend to use?
Yes, absolutely. Again, my name's Stephen Buckingham. I'm with Patio Enclosures. We're the contractor under contract to do the enclosure. So we are going to, with it being an adjoining wall, it's going to be a 2-hour fire-rated wall with, vinyl siding on the exterior of the walls on both sides, and then on the front facing towards the front of the property, that is going to be a single glazed safety tempered glass window and storm door units. So the front is going to be this single pane glass, and then both sides are going to be full fire rated walls.
So the whole front will be glass?
Except for 2 feet at the bottom, along the wall line is going to be considered a knee wall due to the height off of the grade, so that no one can fall out of the windows. But there will be a storm door that's got a landing with steps at the doorway, and then the rest of it's going to be single pane glazed windows with a solid knee wall with vinyl siding.
Okay.
I just want to add, sometimes, like I've just seen these dogs, one of the dogs attack another dog that was walking up the street with his owner. He was able to get out of that fence and attack this dog. And I called the police never showed up. I called animal control, and I don't even know what happened with that. I just know that backyard now has a 6 feet tall fence. But now they're letting the dogs go out front, and they have a shorter fence where the dogs can actually get over. And he has pictures.
Absolutely. This is a more zoomed in front view of the shared patio. Essentially, the roof is an adjoined roof for the patio system, and right now it's currently just an open railing that separates the two. We'll be removing the railing and putting the full-size walls up in place to make sure that they're on the property lines.
Okay.
What does your neighbor think about the enclosure?
They're not approachable. I cannot go talk to them. It might be an incident.
So they might be a little bit surprised if all of a sudden there's a half of a porch right next to their house is enclosed.
I mean, if you're sitting out there and you let your dogs, like I'm trying to attack my grandkid and you're on the porch and you don't say anything, I really don't care. My concern is for my safety of my grandchildren. That's my concern.
Are there other porches on this block of 2nd Street that are currently enclosed?
We have photographs of surrounding areas in the neighborhood.
But on this block?
I do not believe it is on the exact block. It's on the adjoining block next to it. But there are several in that neighborhood that have it. Give me 1 second. Where multiple 3 houses all in a row that all have front enclosures without the need for the setback adjustment.
Ms. Rollins, and this is not going to be used for what I would call living space? It's not going to be heated or cooled?
No, this is something for me and my grandson to sit outside and be safe. Even walking up to my house, I have to rearrange my whole front yard now because of those dogs. I need to remove all the trees I have on the side and put shrubs so the dogs can stop trying to get over my fence.
Okay.
And that we are permitting that when applying for an unconditioned space.
Okay.
It is going to still be considered an enclosed patio.
Yeah.
That's correct.
All right. Any questions from the board?
Good.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Very welcome.
Next, 2019-19, 6435 Pulaski Highway.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yes, good evening.
Afternoon.
There was one more ahead of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's get everybody sworn in. Who's going to provide testimony?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Great. And we have this to renovate existing gas service station into a restaurant with drive-through window. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Great. Do we have staff reports?
Yes, Planning Department reviewed this application both in the context of the current zoning and the proposed zoning of the property. The proposed zoning is something that was supported by the Planning Commission in a recommendation to the City Council. The City Council Bill 18-301 is the bill that would, if signed by the mayor, convert this property from industrial zoning to C4 heavy commercial zoning, and that would be appropriate for this particular location. The department is recommending approval of the portion of this application relating to the conditional use itself once the property is rezoned to C4 heavy commercial, and recommends as a condition that all improvements and landscaping are completed in accordance with plans approved by the Department of Planning. Now, we'd like to add that the applicant's representative yesterday afternoon, sent us an email, which was also sent to the board, requesting approval for a package of signs. We have not had an opportunity to review that package and are recommending deferral of the board's action on those particular items until the department has had time to review them. Thank you.
Any other staff reports? Great. If we were to approve this, are those conditions acceptable to your client?
They are.
Okay. And based upon what Mr. French said, I believe we will defer on the sign.
Yeah, I'm, again, for the record, Justin Williams from the law firm, Elizabeth Martin Greenberg. We'll go through the sign package if you don't mind, if you are inclined to defer.
You can certainly present it. We're not going to make a decision until the planning department has a chance to take a look at it and give their recommendations to us.
Okay. So for the record, again, Justin Williams from RMG. I'm joined by my colleague Caroline Hecker, also joined by Raj Patel, the applicant in the case, and then Balak Zarsky and Dave Roberson with the development team. I won't belabor the point for the board, since it seems like the planning department's on board with the drive-through request. The property was rezoned and had support of the councilman, Brandon Scott, for the area, and the planning department and planning commission. The property was rezoned, and at that time it was clear to everyone that the property is going to be rezoned to allow for drive-through use. You'll see the property in the board's issue in the board's file. It was a former Royal Farms establishment that was vacant for 4 years. When the Royal Farms that was used to be there moved up the street a few blocks away. Mr. Patel is operator of 8 Dunkin' Donuts facilities in Baltimore County and Hartford County. This will be his first in the city. He's proposing to operate the facility from probably 4 a.m. to 8 to 9 p.m. It would create 15 jobs and be a $1.4 million investment in the property. We'd like to go forward today with the conditional use approval. The sale of the property is contingent on the approval of the drive-through use. We received just yesterday the Dunkin' Donuts package of signage, and we'd request, in the interest of the board's economy and our own economy, that you take a look and you'll see it's a pretty benign package of signs that are in keeping with most fast food drive-through establishments and restaurants you might see in the area.
Why do we need to look at the sign package if we're not taking it up today?
Well, while they're here, I thought they would present it so they don't have to come back and present. So if we could keep it brief.
If we do have to come back, I understand that's the board's position, and we're happy to. It was that the package is so benign that the board might be willing to take a look at it and recognize that.
We're not going to make a decision today, I can tell you that.
Okay. And I won't belabor the issue.
Okay.
Any further?
Thank you.
So I'm happy to answer any questions about the drive-through use. The team's here to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? Great.
Is the term directional sign included in the new sign code?
No, and there's no menu board sign. There's many deficiencies in the new code.
Royal Farms before?
Yes, it was vacant for 4 years, and so this would be a nice investment.
Exactly where this is.
You have many fond memories of it.
Yeah, yep.
All right, thank you very much.
Is that worth waiting around for?
Happy to
I
see you
can think
again.
of no way I'd better spend my afternoon.
4 hours later for us not to make a single decision.
Yeah.
Have a nice evening. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna, yeah.
Of
We're
course.
gonna.
No problem.
Yeah, got you covered.
2019-20, 5300 Park Heights Avenue, Michael Wallace.
I say good afternoon.
Or close to good evening.
Good evening, yeah.
All right, let me get everyone sworn in who's going to provide testimony.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, could you state your name for the record, sir?
Mike Wallace.
Mr. Wallace, we have this to use for outdoor storage of tow trucks and cars. Is that correct?
Yes, and some small mechanical work.
And small mechanical work? Okay.
Okay. Planning Department reviewed this application. The application stated the use of the property would be for outdoor storage of cars and a tow truck, and the zoning administrator had determined that this was a conditional use in the C2 zoning district where this property is located. This property is located in the Park Heights Urban Renewal Area, where the urban renewal plan does not prohibit or further restrict that proposed use in this district. The property was last authorized for use as a motor vehicle dealership with outdoor vehicle display, which is a non-conforming use in the C2 district, but that use has been abandoned. The applicant has met with planning staff and explained his intention to operate a vehicle towing and storage business on the property without use of the existing structure on the property, which may be condemned. The issue then is the proposed use would function as an open-air parking lot, which, in the opinion of the department, is subject to the requirements and standards contained in the Baltimore City Landscape Manual. And the applicant is encouraged to consult the manual, particularly its section known as Condition G, parking lots, for additional information about the needed improvements to the site. The Department of Planning recommends that approval of this application be subject to the condition that the property is provided with landscaping as specified in the Baltimore City Landscape Manual prior to use of the property for outdoor storage of cars or other vehicles. Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
No.
All right. Tell us about what you want to do here.
The place was zoned for auto mechanic. It was only for auto mechanic, and the guy had tow trucks and all that kind of stuff. And he shut the place down. I think they told me in zoning in 2011, didn't shut it down, but a car dealership came there, and he wanted to sell cars. So they had to transfer from, from the towing, auto mechanics to car selling. So when I went down there, they said in order for me to go back to car selling, even though it used to be where you could fix cars and all that, they said it was zoned for that, but I had to come back down here to have it rezoned from the young man selling cars back to mechanic and storage for cars and that sort.
I guess I'm a little confused. Are you going to store cars or are you going to sell cars?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It was when I came to the zoning board, they said that it used to be an auto mechanic place that fixed cars, towed cars, and whatever he did there. Someone came there in 2011 and switched it over to a car selling business, storage place, and all that stuff.
Okay.
Well, they left.
All right.
So when I came, came to the zoning board, they said it used to be, and it could be, because it was in, I think, C2, they said, they had to come back down here and switch it back over to small auto mechanics, towing, and storage of cars. So you couldn't use what it used to be. They said because they changed it over to car selling, it had to be switched back. So I just came back down to switch it back.
So is your business towing and storage?
Towing, storage, and small auto mechanics.
And small auto, and I heard from planning that the building is condemned?
Well,
I have no idea what building is condemned.
Wait.
We don't know that the building is condemned. We believe that there is a possibility it will be condemned. Let's leave it at that. My understanding is that the applicant met with a member of the planning staff and explained that he did not have an intention at this time to try to salvage the building, that in fact the building would simply remain boarded and locked for the time being, and that all the activity would occur in the outdoor area or the open area of this particular property.
What activity?
Yeah, that's my
Well,
question.
that's the question. Now, based upon the description that we've heard, it sounds like this would be a conditional use, which is motor vehicle service and repair, minor. But that isn't what's stated in the application as far as we know.
And where would the cars be serviced? In a building that's going to be demolished?
I'll let the applicant answer that.
Is there anybody that can come out and look at the building? It has a, what I'm saying, because it has cars, bays in there, it has an office in there, bathroom, fenced-in yard. Nowhere near condemned, nothing's broke down, everything worked.
Well, I think, sir, what the planning department is saying, this is what you represented to them, that you weren't going to use the building. I mean, that's where we're getting this from, and that the building was.
Oh, yes, we're gonna use it.
You are gonna use it.
Yes. It's a little, it has 3 bays, but they have 1 bay in it with a car lift in it, to that nature.
So what's the majority of your business? Is it towing and storage, or is it repairs?
A lot of towing, it depends. Well, if you tow the car and it needs to be fixed, then it needs to be fixed, so it's kind of both. You know what I'm saying? If somebody calls and said my car's broke down, most likely it needs to be fixed.
Are you gonna fix the cars
No, I'm gonna get somebody to fix them.
on site?
Yes, it's.
The question, here's the
Let me
question.
show it to you.
Yeah, I wanna see it. I want a
Okay.
chance to question.
Go
Here's the
ahead.
question. Are you gonna have a car repair facility there?
Yes,
And that's what you're gonna tow the cars for?
yes,
Okay. And so you're going to operate a storage facility as an adjunct to that car repair?
correct. It's already there.
Okay, I understand that.
Right.
Your application says to renovate, to use for outdoor storage of tow trucks and cars. It doesn't say anything about car repair.
Then I spoke, yeah,
No. Your
Clarify for-
application.
but I don't know
I can,
why.
I can clarify for a second. So I think there's some confusion here. The applicant spoke with staff about his intended use. In that conversation, the applicant explained about the auto repair minor aspect of the application. There's nothing in your application that says anything about auto repair, so I think that's why there's some confusion here.
Okay.
Auto repair minor,
Right.
as you're describing, would be allowed as what's called a conditional use in this zoning district.
Correct.
But that would have to be the primary business. So the bulk of your revenue every year would have to come from fixing cars.
Okay.
And would have to be minor repairs of cars.
Okay.
That would have to be the primary use.
Okay.
The tow truck storage and all that stuff, it's possible that the board could approve that as incidental to that auto repair business.
Okay.
But it would have to be a minor part of that business. In order to repair cars in the city of Baltimore, you have to do it within a building.
Okay.
If that building is falling down, you can't get a permit to fix cars in that building. And we don't have any evidence about that building at this point.
Right.
I'm just trying to explain that from what you have filed about a tow truck and those types of things, we're trying to clarify what your business model is.
I wouldn't be in a building that's falling down. sir.
I understand.
I wouldn't
So-
be in there. Not I. Trust me.
Would you like to amend your application
Yes, sir.
formally
Okay.
to be auto repair minor with accessory tow truck storage
Yes, sir.
on the lot?
Yes, sir.
Do we have a posting problem here?
We probably do. Let's see.
That's a good question.
Yes. So the posting for this property would have said, for a permit to store tow truck and cars. That posting doesn't include the auto repair minor.
Yeah, the sign you put up is not what you're telling us you're amending your application for today. You're gonna need to repost
Okay.
and come back.
Okay. Okay, I can do that.
So my suggestion is to come back into our offices. We'll issue a new posting notice.
Okay.
You'll be required to post for 21 days. So
Okay.
it'll have to be 2 hearings from now at least.
Okay.
So we're looking at late March, early April.
All right.
So the property will have to be reposted. I also noticed that we don't have a signed copy of.
I
the-
sent mine in. Yep, I
Okay.
sent mine in. I
Well,
sent mine in,
You're right.
like,
You're correct. It's right here.
yes, yes.
My apologies.
And ma'am, I'm sorry? Well, we're gonna postpone this case right now. And we have did you sign in? Yeah. So we will give you notice when we come back. He has to repost a sign because the activity he is going to do primarily is not what the sign said. So we can't move forward with hearing the case.
But he's using it primarily for tow truck, that's why I'm here.
Well, that's not what he's going to be using it for, according to him, and that's not what, if we were to issue a permit, that's not what the permit's gonna say, or the zoning decision.
So can I speak on the tow truck part or no?
Ma'am, you can, I would suggest you do it when we come back.
When we know the full scale of what he wants to do.
Yeah,
And so that it's fresh in our minds when we're making the decision.
yeah.
You're also welcome to put any of that in writing. You can email us, or you can send a letter as well, so we have that testimony about that use as well.
All right, I'll come back, because I'll get more pictures. I probably won't get none now, but.
We're also sorry you had to wait so long.
Yeah, it's a long day for everybody, unfortunately.
One day, sorry.
So you need me to go to there now or another day to 1425?
Post the sign up for 21 days.
You want me to go there up now?
No, we've been closed for an hour and a half.
Oh, okay.
So, you need to come back sometime during this week.
And go up to the same place I got the sign?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
All right. All right, for the record, 2019-20, 5300 Park Heights Avenue is postponed. Next case is 2019-21, 3500 Clifton Avenue, 3504 Clifton Avenue, and 3506 Clifton Avenue.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Caroline Hecker, Rosenberg, Martin Greenberg on behalf of the applicant. I am joined by my colleague Justin Williams, as well as Greg Warren and David Slinger from Gaudenzia, who will be the operator of the facility here. Our engineer, Elisa Hertzmark, had to leave a little while ago.
Okay.
Sadly, she was not able to continue to
Get
hang around
everyone
with us.
sworn in who's going to provide testimony.
Raise your right hand. So you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
And Ms. Hecker, we have this to consolidate the properties at 3500 Clifton Avenue, 3504 Clifton Avenue, and 3506 Clifton Avenue, and use premises as a 62-bed residential care facility. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Staff reports?
The letter in the file says, I learned about a zoning appeal for 3500 Clifton Avenue to be used as a residential care facility, i.e. group home, for 62 persons in substance recovery in the community of Fairmount. Although the building is not in the Garwin Oaks community, I am concerned about the impact that of this use for that community as well as other communities near it. Fairmount is a strong home ownership community with large stately homes and homeowners who have been there for decades. The introduction of this use is out of sync with the character and nature of the community, negatively impacts increases the number of persons dealing with addiction in our community. We currently have a large substance abuse and addiction program at 2300 Garrison Boulevard, which draws this population into our area and the adjacent communities, which include Garwin Oaks, Mount Holly, Windsor Hills. I would like to voice my opposition to this use. Signed, Marita Goodman, Executive Director of the Go Northwest Housing Resource Center.
It is vacant right now, but it was I'll go into this a little bit, but it was previously approved for this use. It just has expired because it's been vacant for over 2 years.
And we have planning.
Thank you, yes. Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that this property is zoned R7, as you just heard. This property was also, by ordinance, authorized as a transitional housing facility for care and custody of homeless persons by Ordinance 12-52. But the extended vacancy of this property has caused that authorization to lapse, which is the reason that under the current code, the applicant is now in front of the board. The applicant is able to provide off-street parking to serve the staff based upon information provided to the department. There are, in fact, 5 parking spaces at the rear of the property and served by a 20-foot wide alley, which provides adequate access under the terms of the zoning code. For these reasons, the Department of Planning has no objection to the application. Thank you.
Great. Ms. Hecker?
I'll be brief. It's been a long day. We've been here a long time. Mr. Williams has handed out some folders with some exhibits. I'm going to spare you most of the nitty-gritty that's in there, except to go into a little bit of detail about the history of the property. As Mr. French indicated, it was previously approved by a city council ordinance in 1997 as a nonprofit home and transitional housing facility for the care and custody of homeless persons. That approval was amended in 2012 to increase the capacity of the facility to 62 residents with 2 resident managers subject to certain conditions. In 2016, this board approved the addition of a substance abuse treatment facility to the existing building and project, but the operator of the facility went out of business in sometime in 2016. It's been vacant for more than 2 years at this point, as a result of which we now have to come back to have the same use reapproved. We're not proposing any modifications to the existing structure. It's fit out already for 62 beds. We may have fewer residents than that, at least initially, but we want to at least retain the ability to have up to 62. We do provide adequate parking to meet the staff needs on site. You'll see in the file there's a copy of the zoning board's previous decision which references the various letters of support that they had received for the original establishment of the substance abuse treatment facility just 2.5 years ago. The letter of opposition that we received is, the author concedes that she doesn't live in the community where the site is located. And we reached out to all of the community associations that are located in proximity to this site, and we haven't gotten any feedback from them one way or the other. They've been silent with us, but we reached out to the Alliance of Rosemont Community Organizations, the Fairmont Neighborhood Association, the Falls North Homeowners Association, as well as Councilman Pinkett's office, and no one has voiced any objection with us in terms of the proposed use. Again, it is just reestablishing a previously approved use in this building.
Did Councilman Pinkett approve it? I mean, support it?
Have you?
Greg Warren, Gaudenzia. I reached out to him
and filled out one of those scheduling applications. We called numerous times and no response.
Thank you.
I believe he did support the 2016 approval.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
No questions on me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Next case, 2019-23, 301 to 303 South Highland Avenue. Hi.
Good evening. My name is...
Let me get you sworn in first.
Sure.
As do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Take a look. You state your name, please.
My name is Alba de la Cruz, and she is the owner of the property. I completed her application.
Okay, wait, hold on a second. So, Ms. Dela Cruz, we have this to use the first floor as a restaurant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do we have staff reports?
I have an email in the file. It says, I wish to formally object to this conditional use variation and respectfully request the zoning board to not approve this request at this address until the following has been considered and or conducted. 1, a traffic study conducted at this site. 2, parking study has been conducted at this site. 3, input by the Highlandtown Community Association. Overall, this intersection, South Highland and Gulf, is a busy intersection that is prone to accidents due to, in part, the illegal parking in bus stops and corners due to patrons at Vargas Bakery. Consequently, another commercial venue at this intersection may exacerbate the already known concerns that have not been addressed. I'm not opposed to investment in our community or an opening of a restaurant. However, I am opposed to changes that require conditional use variation approval without community input or consideration. The community and the community association are unaware of what type of restaurant is planned and or the parking needs that would be caused by opening this business. How many seats, patrons, et cetera, will there be an alcohol license, et cetera. These are but not all the concerns that myself, neighbors, and or the Highlandtown Community Association would appreciate knowing prior to offering an endorsement on this potential restaurant. Signed, Martin Calabrese, 255 South Highland Avenue.
Is this person representing the Highlandtown Association?
Does not seem so.
Single individual opposing?
As this email is addressed, yes.
Thank you.
Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that this is a request for approval of a restaurant as a neighborhood commercial establishment. This particular property was authorized for use back in December of 1957 for use as an electrical supply shop and 2 dwelling units. Therefore, the property physically qualifies for consideration for neighborhood commercial establishment. Concerning the off-street parking, there is no off-street parking required for use that is less than 2,500 square feet in gross floor area. And this proposed restaurant would appear to have a gross floor area of about 2,000 square feet, which is under that requirement level. The applicant is encouraged to consult with the Highlandtown Community Association concerning any renovations to the exterior of the building and concerning operation of the proposed restaurant. The department is recommending approval of the application. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Dela Cruz, tell us a little bit about your project.
Okay, we are proposed to use the first floor as a restaurant. It was zoned back in the days, I believe it was electrical supply shop, but the property has been vacant for over a year. That's why we are reapplying to use the property as a restaurant on the first floor. The second floor is 2 dwelling units. But the first floor, it was already being, it was zoned as a residential property. It says that I was on December 1957. It was authorization for electrical supply shop.
Okay. And you heard the recommendation from the planning department to consult with the community association. Are you willing to do that?
Yes, we are. We already talked to the business association, and we are going to be assisting to the meeting tomorrow, and we've been talking to the neighbors as well.
Okay. All right. Any questions from the board? Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And you're finished.
All right. Thank you.
And I believe that concludes our docket. Oh, which one?
Got a final resolution. 807 North Howard.
2019-22.
No, that one,
Heard it at the end of consents.
we heard it at the end of consent. We actually heard the case.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, right, we did hear
Yeah.
it.
But you wanted to hear if they were agreeing on the conditions. That was the key.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, let me, let's call, let's recall.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. Thank you.
This was the body piercing.
2019-22.
Yeah, 2019-22, 807 North Howard Street.
Hello, James Weber again.
Hey, Mr. Weber, we heard from you, and I think, as my colleague said, we were waiting to hear back from you whether or not you had talked to the opposition.
I have talked to the opposition. I thought we were in agreement, but it appears we may not be in agreement. So, but I would still like to have the case heard.
All right, let's hear this case. Let me ask your opposition to come up.
What number is this again?
22.
22. Sir, I don't think you've been sworn in. Let me get you sworn in.
Good afternoon.
Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. So, Mr. Weber, we have heard from you about what you want to do, the hours that you want to be there. You may just want to take 30 seconds and sort of repeat that so the opposition can hear it, and then we'll hear from the opposition.
Okay. Basically the opposition asked that we be appointment only. I stated that really isn't our business model, that we're a totally walk-in studio, at least in my Philadelphia location. They'd asked about limiting the hours as well. I'm hesitant to do that because we don't really know what hours we need to be open. We're sort of chasing the retail clients at this point. But I really don't plan on having late night hours. Obviously, I have concerns about the safety of my employees and the safety of my clients. Clients are, at last count, in the Philadelphia shop, we do just under 90% women. So it's definitely a concern about late night hours, which seem to be a concern of the opposition. We don't want anybody sort of congregating outside or creating any sort of unsafe atmosphere.
Okay, let's hear from your opposition.
I'm Robert Quilter with the Antique Row Association, and through advice from the planning department on what might be reasonable conditions for a use like this, since I'm relatively new as a business owner on the block representing the association, the first two conditions, the first condition was about the appointments only versus walk-in because no parking was being provided by the applicant. And then secondly, number two was the hours of operation being from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. As opposed to later in the evening. We have some uses on the block that close at 6 o'clock, some close at 5, some have extended hours. We also have the UB Blake Cultural Center on the block, which actually has extended use till 10 o'clock or even 11, all of which we're fine with. We're just concerned about any potential loitering that a use like this may provide. But I did speak with Mr. Weber, and actually he seems like a very reputable person. His operation sounds reputable. My only real concern is he hasn't bought the property yet. It's contingent on getting BMZA approval, but there's no real guarantee that that sale would go through. Yet the approval might be there, so someone later down the road could come in with the same use and maybe not have the same honorable intentions that Mr. Weber has. And I guess that would be my concern, is it seems to run with the property and not the applicant.
It runs with the land, yeah, you're right. I think we could make our approval contingent upon Mr. Weber taking title to the property.
Good, that would be helpful.
No problem with that.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, thank you both
Thank you very much.
And you're ruling now, so if we stick around?
Yeah,
Okay.
if you want a civics lesson, you can certainly stick around.
2-hour drive back to Philly, so I'll stick around. Thank you.
We are now off the record. All right, we have some people that need to get out of here by 6:30, so let's.